All right, my friends. So we're going to be chatting with B33rbashjawnson, fellow leftist, a friend of the stream. As far as I'm
Hello,
concerned,
folks.
fucking friend. As far as I give a shit, even though I haven't talked to you since probably November, in like
Yeah,
with Freddie Eddy stream. Cool as fuck, dude.
that's right.
Plays video games. Does political commentary as well as
Rarely.
watches rarely, but also watches really bad soap operas.
Yeah,
From what I've been.
I've found various old TV stuffs on YouTube that I've watched for funnies, like especially foreign stuff. Like we watched all of Review with Miles Barlow for React Funnies on stream. That was a twisted show. Did you ever see the American show Review that had that Andy Daly guy on it? It was on Comedy Central a little while back.
Andy, no, I haven't.
Okay. Yeah, the American version of Review is an adaptation of this Australian show called Review with Miles Barlow. If it's still on YouTube, I recommend watching it. I watch it for React Funnies from YouTube on stream without getting strikes. And it's this show where this fucking guy, Miles, he runs this like review show where he will review literally anything that his fans want him to. So like in the first one, some like chick writes him, he's like going over the letter of the week, and this lady's like, I really want to steal my best friend's girlfriend. I know that's totally wrong.com, but blah, blah, blah. And he's like, this sounds like it might be about love, but it's really about stealing. What's it like to appropriate another's property? So then he like becomes a huge kleptomaniac, just like stealing shit out of stores for the thrill of it. Like stealing porno mags and then throwing them out because he didn't even wanted to read them. He just wanted to steal something, and it escalates to the point where he like commits a fucking armed robbery at a gas station and other ridiculous shit like that.
When did that come out?
It came out like 2008 and 2010, I think. And then the American adaptation. The American adaptation had more episodes. The Australian one was one of those like, kind of like the original Wilfred, like one of those really cheap Australian shows that had like a 12 episode run, like 2 seasons that had 6 episodes a pop.
So like the British Office.
Yeah, like that too.
Never heard of it, but is it worth checking out?
Yeah, it's definitely one I recommend. It's fucking hilarious.
Well, my friend, as we get started, curious, who are you? Where are you from? For my chatters who have no idea who the fuck you are and are missing out.
Hey, so I'm Beer Bash. I do all sorts of shit on my channel. I used to do more poll talk than I do now. I don't do as much of it anymore because I have just I don't know. It is an easy burnout. It is an easy way to just get like streaming burnout, and also like there is a certain degree to which I noticed it's like you start like attracting, it can start attracting like insufferable LARPers and shit. And it starts feeling like it's impossible to say anything without like, especially like, do you ever get that like feeling when you're gonna like, have you ever had that feeling that like when you have like a new Poll Junkie viewer and you're like about to say something critical of China and you're like worried that a viewer is gonna, whose opinions you haven't seen on it before, is gonna like shit their fucking pants?
Yeah, like you're about to get hounded on something that
that
you're like, well, it's not wrong, but I just don't want to deal with this right now.
Yeah. And but yeah, that's why I mostly do gaming content and also just like watching terrible shit for funnies. I'm originally from central Pennsylvania, where Penn State University is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't live around there anymore. I live in like Finger Lakes region in New York now. But
how's that treating you?
It's not bad.
Oh, good.
I'm a loser who lives with his fucking parents, so.
That's nothing wrong.
And my girlfriend joined me too because she still has her own place, just we have not been over there in like several months because her roommate like got this new girlfriend not long before I met my girlfriend, and my girlfriend and that dude's girlfriend like do not get along.
Oh no. God.
So my girlfriend basically pays the dude that she was living with owns his fucking house. He inherited the joint from his mom, and my girlfriend basically pays him. still pays part of the bills basically so that she can store her massive amount of shit that we don't have room for at my place there, and until the time might come eventually that me and my girlfriend get our own place.
Still, that
Who knows when
sucks
the
having
fuck
to pay
that's
all
gonna
that
be, but
rent.
yeah.
But at the same time, oh, fuck that
Yeah,
shit.
it does.
Also, couldn't
Yeah.
she basically tell her roommate, like, hey, I don't like this person. Please don't have her come here or go to her place?
She moved in.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
When's the contract done?
I don't fucking know, but well, that's the thing. It's not even really a contract. It's like an informal thing. The dude owns the house and my girlfriend lived there, but I don't think there was like a formal rent contract or anything. She'd just help him pay. She'd help him, like, since he inherited it, I don't think there's a mortgage on it either. Just like, I guess since it's like near a school, the property taxes on it, which I didn't know that there were, like, in the school district that it's in there. I guess like the people that live right next door to the schools pay like way higher taxes than everybody else. And
shit.
Yeah, so his like property taxes and utility bills on the place are a little heinous. So she would like help. So she would basically she would pay a share of the bills.
Would it be
rather than like rent? But
I was gonna say,
because the amount of
go ahead.
The amount of bills that he had from owning this place were actually like a little outlandish.
Boy Meets Minnie, what up, my friend? Sorry, Boy Meets Minnie has also been.
Yes, how are you doing, today. Boy Meets Minnie?
And Alex, oh my god, all my favorite people are on here.
Nice. Is Alex over in your chat too?
Yeah, I mean, Alex is in everyone's chat, and it's fucking based.
Yes.
Well, I don't know why I'm invested in this now. You briefly told a story about your girlfriend's rent, but would it be more beneficial to go to a storage unit than pay rent?
Probably not, because it's not like storage units are expensive as balls.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. In terms of you streaming, how long have you been streaming for?
Like over 5 years.
What's your experience?
I started sometime back in like, oh fuck, when did I start? I started sometime back in like 2018. I don't remember when my like first stream was. My first stream, when I first got into streaming on Twitch, I was just so oblivious about what the whole thing was about. I had no face cam. I don't even think I like ran a mic into OBS or anything. It was like literally just a game capture. And I wasn't even really aware that chat existed until I like checked something on the fucking website while I was streaming and saw somebody be like, yo, check chat, dude. And I'm like, oh wait, oh yeah, there's this chat thing.
Chat exists.
And for a long time, I was one of those dudes with one monitor who would have his chat open on his fucking cell phone the whole time.
Oh god.
Until a very kind mega donor like fucking shilled like sent me money to get a new monitor with.
That's awesome though. What are you?
Yeah,
I know you talked about what you were mainly streaming, but like what do you mainly stream? Anything that I didn't cover?
You didn't really miss anything. Yeah, I basically switch back and forth between a variety of games. Watch like whatever stupid shit I'm on for React content right now. It's really old, like season 1 episodes of The Bold and the Beautiful, which is just kind of funny to me going back and watching from episode 1 because I've seen some of the more recent ones, and it's at like literally over. It's like on like episode like 9150 something now or something like that.
Oh my god, it's almost to One Piece.
Yeah. Yeah, except maybe even worse because they literally like they crank out so much. They crank for those daily soap operas. They crank out a new episode of those every single fucking day. Like unless there's like an extended strike or some shit and they run out of like fucking their like back catalog of like already taped episodes to run, then they're like never running reruns of that shit in the time slot. It's a new episode 5 fucking days a week.
God damn. Because
that's why they're so bad too, because they're filming this shit possible than like any like faster than any human being could ever possibly remember, like memorize the fucking lines. So half the time they're getting lines fed to them on prompters, and they only and like they don't have the fucking time to sit there like a primetime show or a fucking movie shooting it a scene over and over again until it's perfect. Nah, they take anything that's usable and only redo takes if it's like a total train wreck.
Oh, that sounds
like if like fun. If somebody tries to deliver a line and everybody starts laughing their ass off or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when I tuned into one of your streams, I think one of the episodes was some dude who got disapproval from the father of the significant other. He's like, all right, fuck that. Not only am I gonna fuck your daughter. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I want to fuck your daughter, but your daughter won't do that until we're married. You don't want me to marry your daughter. I'm gonna pop the question to your daughter. See how you like that? God, yeah, man. Ridge is that character's still on the show, but he's not played by the same actor anymore, and the new actor like neither looks nor sounds similar to the original guy, like at all.
How?
Like he has this like really weird gravelly voice. Like in one of the episodes I was watching recently, it's like him and his like wife are getting divorced for the 9th fucking time, and he's literally talking like this. He's like, Brooke, just be honest with me, Brooke. And I originally got onto this kick of wanting to watch the fucking soap operas because I came up with an idea. Oh, great! I came up with an idea, like great idea for the Twitch channel. Like record like a fucking parody radio soap opera about a bunch of rednecks in rural Pennsylvania who are like, you know, that case in like rural areas where there's like rich rednecks who are like rednecks that own local businesses that are like rich as balls but are still like culturally very redneck.
Yep.
I was gonna like write this parody radio soap about like that demographic in Pennsylvania, specifically like people who like owned a bar and a hotel and like another business in Beech Creek, Pennsylvania, which is actually the town where Alison Bechdel, the person that the Bechdel test for literature is named after. She is originally from Beech Creek. Her well-known graphic novel Fun Home is about growing up there.
What's the show called?
Which show?
Which soap opera are you watching now? The one with...
Oh, it's called The Bold and the Beautiful.
Sorry, I'm gonna look that up. I'll probably never watch it, but oh my god, 36 seasons. It says 1987? Yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah, and the episodes we're watching on stream are the like first year of episodes that came out in 1987.
God.
I'm honestly kind of shocked that they actually kept around archives of these to upload the really old ones to YouTube, because with soap operas, I have found out that like enormous amounts of like old soap opera episodes are straight up fucking lost.
And Alex says literally 1984, Kappa.
Yeah. Yeah, like, and here's the fucked up part. The Bold and the Beautiful's been on since 1987, and it is the newest of the 4 soap operas that are still being produced. What? Yeah, CBS's other soap opera premiered in 1973. It's on its 50th fucking season right now.
Oh my God.
Days of Our Lives, which was the last NBC soap until NBC just took it off TV altogether and moved it to Peacock, but they still make it and still crank out a new episode to Peacock every day, 5 days a week. Days of Our Lives came out in like 1965, and then ABC's last daytime soap opera is the classic General Hospital.
I feel like you know way too much about this.
I do know way too much about this. I wanted to make a parody and then got fucking invested.
Young Lucifer asks... Go ahead.
How many episodes? I think Days of Our Lives, The Young and the Restless is on like 12,000 episodes now or something. Like 12, somewhere between 12 and 15,000. Then like Days of Our Lives came out in 65. God knows how many episodes there are of that. The oldest one is General Hospital came out while Kennedy was still president. Yeah, it came out like a few months before he was assassinated in 1963. And that shit is somehow still being produced. And a friend of mine who actually is kind of in the soap operas that I used to work with, because like when she was a kid, when she was like a teenager, she didn't have cable, so when she was in middle and high school, she'd get home from school and then she would watch like the later of the block of soap opera, the later airing of the afternoon soap operas. She would watch like fucking Guiding Light, which that shit was so old that started on radio back when there was really no TV in the 30s.
I was about to say 1930s. Fuck.
Yeah, it was that one started in like 37. I forget what George Clooney jump-started his career on. There's like several like actually famous actors who jump-started their career by having soap opera roles. And then there's people like Catherine Kelly Lang and John McCook, the last two original cast members of The Bold and the Beautiful, who have been playing that same role since 1987 without really stopping for any significant period of time other than the occasional sick leave.
Young Lucifer asks, does Gossip Girl count as a soap opera?
I don't know. It kind of depends on its production value and how cheesy it is. And then there's also some shit that kind of blended the like line between soap opera and a regular TV drama. Like, if any of you are familiar with that show Dallas from back in the 80s, that one was kind of Dallas was famous because it had this like really cheesy like season ending cliffhanger where the like one of the like main dude, this oil scumbag named J.R. Ewing, like gets shot by somebody. And it was the whole thing like, oh my god, who shot JR?
The old Gossip Girl, not the new one that got canceled. Oh, I didn't know. Well, I don't know shit about
I didn't know there was one. But yeah, not all soap operas are like the daily soap opera that cranks out a new episode like every fucking afternoon on weekdays. There has been shit that were like primetime dramas that only aired a new episode once a week, but were still soap operas like Dallas. But even then, those have you don't really get that many. Oh, some of the shit that like is not often labeled as a soap opera, but starts like blending into that category is some like long running teen dramas, like fucking Degrassi, The Next Generation is sometimes grouped in with soap operas. Some of those teen dramas like fucking like Degrassi shows and shit like that.
Was Degrassi a soap opera technically? I don't know. I never watched it.
I think it's often not really labeled as one, but some people will group it into that because it's like it wasn't a like daily fucking new episode show, but it had a lot of soap opera-y stuff, like very very not really quite as much not much characterization, just like plot lines and more plot lines because there was never any conceived ending to it. And like stuff that has like long open narratives and is driven more by like plot and extreme cheesy sentimentality rather than like with like poor characterization.
That's the one that Drake was on, wasn't he?
Yeah, Drake was on Degrassi The Next Generation. He played Wheelchair Jimmy, who originally wasn't Wheelchair Jimmy, and then some asshole like shot him in the school bathroom or something fucked up like that. He was like a basketball player. It was like the character was like a basketball player who was decently promising until some asshole shot him in the stomach in the bathroom and he was paralyzed from the waist down.
God damn. Sounds fun. It probably shows I will never watch, to be honest with you.
Yes, I don't blame you. And don't even watch one because it'll become this brain worm where it's like, this show is so bad, yet I must know which one of these like 4 ex-husbands Brooke is gonna remarry for the 8th time.
8th time, chump numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, that like one chick, like Brooke is the like lady who's been played like the only like woman on fucking Bold and the Beautiful who's still played by her original actress. And oh god, the character's been married and divorced like 21 fucking times or something like that over the course of the show's run. And if that was real life and I was like an LA County judge that was like constantly seeing marriages, licenses, and divorces from like that one person, I would eventually be like, hey, all right, you know what? No more fucking getting married. I have married and divorced you 21 goddamn times. This is enough. I'm done. No more.
Is that also while they married other people?
I think so. Oh, and Boy Meets Minnie just reminded me to remember The Bold and the Beautiful is one of Donald Trump's favorite fucking TV shows. Like, I'm pretty sure he publicly stated that in the past.
I love The Bold and the Beautiful. It reminds me of my daily life. I can see that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it probably does, except instead of land pimps, the rich people on except instead of land pimps, the rich people that fucking that Bold and the Beautiful focuses on is fashion moguls and fucking dressmakers, haute couture dickheads. Like one of those fashion houses that like makes some ready to wear shit, but their primary source of fame is literally just like rich people going to them to get clothing custom made.
And then King Monkey D45 asks, how's your guys' day going? How's your day going, man?
It's going good.
Same, not too bad.
Yeah.
Gonna have a chill conversation, which is shit I always enjoy. I enjoy collaborations, especially with based fucking people.
Yeah. And we can move on from the fucking talking about daytime soaps because God, they're just
I don't know,
they're
man.
such
I'm loving this shit.
I know they're just like I think the reason why I have genuinely started liking watching these, it's not, I don't think it's good. They're fucking terrible. It's just like it is like such plebeian garbage shit. Like these are literally shows that the very origin of the term soap opera is back on radio. Companies like Procter and Gamble and other like consumer goods companies that made shit like soap and laundry detergent and other like household cleaning products would literally finance the production of these like shitty 15-minute radio dramas for the sole purpose of then of having that 15 minutes of airtime to just plug their to just like plug soap and laundry detergent to because the entire history of this medium, most of the people who have been listening to radio soaps or watching TV soaps are housewives. So the stuff that's generally been advertised on so that's why they're called soap operas. The stuff that was used as a vehicle to advertise shit that would get advertised to housewives. And then Boy Meets Minnie says stay-at-home dads would have Second Amendment operas, aka cop shows.
True.
Hey, Law and Order SVU's been on for so long, you can basically consider it a cop soap. Just it has like much higher production quality than fucking daytime soaps do, because it airs like 20 episodes a year instead of 200.
Do they still have what was it, Ice-T on that show too?
I am pretty sure Ice-T is still on SVU. It's like Ice-T's not an original, but he's one of the longest serving members of its cast, and then the one original cast member still left is Mariska Hargitay.
Holy fuck, it's been going on since 1999. Dude, okay, so it is a John Mulaney joke. I'm not a fan of John Mulaney, but at the same time, him talking about SVU, pretty accurate with Ice-T. Basically, Ice-T being like, are you saying that this girl has an anal contusion? I'm like, dog, you're the one who has to analyze that shit. You should know this better than anyone. It's been, 24 years and you still don't know this shit?
Yeah. God, I could never be a fucking SVU cop.
No, God. ACAB,
but also like being a sex crime cop must be like one of the worst fucking jobs.
Oh, dude, for sure.
I'd probably do like one really fucked up case and then just like go home after the trial and blow my fucking brains out. Like, or even if I had to like serve on a jury for that kind of shit. Oh yeah, my mom said that like a long time ago, her boss had to serve on this fucking jury, had to serve on a jury for some like really fucked up CSA trial.
Oh no. How'd that go?
And
Not good, I
she
imagine.
said that he was like incredibly disturbed by it and was just like he would like sit there after the trial was over, he would just like sit there at work talking about how badly he just wanted to fucking kill the guy.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that for sure.
Like just like for a like after that, my mom said after that, like being on that jury like actually changed that man a little bit. Like
God damn.
He like it did some shit to him.
Well, I was gonna say, like, there was a story I listened to recently just about like demonic rituals and the fucked up shit that they do to kids. Yeah, even I was just like, I need to take a break. Just a long break. I can imagine.
Well, like
shit.
some of that shit from like back in the 80s, where it was like one story started this like giant moral panic that like didn't really have much substance to it, but motivated the religious right really hard, and like got people all paranoid about like got people all paranoid about like daycares and shit, and these people that ran some daycare like spent years in prison for crimes that they literally never did, because like these kids' parents became like convinced something was happening there, and some idiot jury that's one thing that has disturbed me more and more learning about the legal system as I get older, is like how like so many people have been like thrown to the fucking dogs because like 12 easily manipulated dumb fucks got like conned by some state by a state attorney.
I was gonna say, even not entirely relevant, but one of my viewers, James, he goes by James, but he was talking about being on a jury where a guy was trying to defend himself because what happened was in self-defense, and all the jurors were like, let's get the fuck out of here, life conviction. He's like, what the fuck? No. Like, it was in self-defense.
Yeah, that shit gets deranged. Then the only time I've ever been on a jury, I like can't even really say much about it because I was on a fucking grand jury. And unlike trial jury where you can't talk about it while the case is going on, but then you're good once the case reaches a resolution, when you're on grand jury, that shit is like so fucking secretive. Like, I cannot discuss what was going on in there.
Tell me everything. So,
all I will say about it is that it has me convinced that the grand jury system needs to be fucking abolished. Because like they teach us about like how like shit like you need to be indicted by a grand jury as if this is how it works in like most common law countries that have their legal codes like influenced by the British Empire. They'll teach us about that like in schools if grand juries are still like normal, and the US, and this is like some great American thing that you have to have like felony reviews, like charges reviewed by a grand jury. That is not a good thing. Grand juries are such a shitty fucking system that they have been abolished in every country that used to use them except for the United States and Liberia. Liberia being because Liberia's like, at least up until like that civil war happened, Liberia's constitution was almost a carbon copy of ours, except it was unitary instead of federal, I think.
God damn. Oh no, the United States using archaic systems? Can't believe it, especially with healthcare and shit like education.
Yeah, grand juries are fucking whack, dude. Like they don't fucking unlike with trial juries, grand juries are not like screened for bias at all. And
really?
But yeah, they're like the amount of bias screening done for grand juries is like very minimal compared to fucking trial juries. Like I think on grand jury to get to like to actually get removed from it for bias, you either have to be like outrageously like openly blatantly fucking racist or something like that. And even then, I wouldn't be surprised if they'd still keep you on one anyway, depending on where you're at. They do like no bias screening. They give like really, a judge doesn't even preside over the fucking thing.
Oh no.
Yeah. The only like person with any legal expertise in the room at grand jury proceedings is the fucking prosecutor. The grand jury, yeah, and the grand jury, a judge impanels a grand jury when a grand jury is convened, but then the judge like never even fucking speaks to them again in most cases, and it's basically the process. The whole idea of it kind of makes sense, you know, like if somebody's going to be prosecuted for a felony, the case has to be solid enough that you can convince a room of like 20 people, that you can convince the majority of a room of like 20 people without any pushback from the accused or their legal counsel that like these charges might have some merit to them. However, then there's the problem is because the defense like isn't really involved in grand jury proceedings much at all, grand juries are just kind of like these gross weapons of the prosecution that are granted like out. They're not considered a part of the court system either. The Supreme Court officially ruled a while back that grand juries are actually an unwritten fourth branch of government.
What?
Yeah, and of course that was some split decision too, where the dissenting part of the court wrote a dissenting opinion that was like that in much more polite language said the opinion of the majority opinion of the court on this case is extremely deranged. Grand juries absolutely are a part of the legal system. These people have their heads rammed so far up their asses that they're getting high on their own intestinal methane to the point of hallucinating.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But unfortunately, you know, yeah, this is the United States, so what's actually written in law doesn't fucking matter. It is what like politically tainted judges think that makes the entirety of our law. What the fuck, man? This is such a broken system.
Yeah, people look to the United States while the United States is like, how far back can we actually go?
Yeah.
Challenge accepted.
And here is why grand juries are like extra fucked as a means of like seeing if charges against someone have merit. A prosecutor is not fucking obligated at all to present evidence that exonerates the fucking defendant of the shit they're being accused of.
Oh, God.
To the grand jury. Like shit that if it were presented to a grand jury, they would like deliberate about it for 5 seconds and be like, yeah, these charges have no merit. It is very clear that this was not the culprit of this person was not the culprit of this crime. But in grand jury, prosecutors have no fucking obligation to enter that shit, and defense literally cannot enter it. It is generally advised by most lawyers to not bother testifying at your own grand jury hearing. If you testify at a grand jury proceeding against you, you forfeit like all of the fucking constitutional rights that you would have testifying at a trial.
Interesting.
You have you do not have a right. You do not have Fifth Amendment rights. You cannot refuse to answer a question in order to not. You have to answer questions. You have to answer questions even if you're going to incriminate yourself in doing so. Your defense attorney cannot really participate in the fucking proceedings at all. They can literally just sit there like. It's the most fucking, even the goddamn British outlawed this shit.
The British.
And that's how you know that it is bad, is if it is one of those things that the US has as a leftover of old British legal system and the British have outlawed it themselves.
Well, I thought we outlawed the British. Yeah, no. What the fuck? God damn.
Yeah, even the British got rid of, like, basically in everywhere except the and even in some parts of the United States, like, it's like grand juries officially exist in all 50 states, but not even all the states actually ever fucking convene them anymore. In some states, they've changed shit up to, in some states, they've changed shit up so that, like, for felony charges, there's, like, an adversarial preliminary hearing where the defense has significantly more rights to defend themselves at the preliminary. And isn't just, yeah, grand juries are just, the main reason why I'm opposed to them is because I found out by serving on one that they are just, like, unbelievably stacked in favor of the prosecution.
Super
like,
ass.
To the point that they ultimately, the grand jury is ultimately just a fucking tool, like usually is a fucking tool for prosecutors to just get what they want to do rubber stamped. And also, oh, where the fuck was I even going with that?
Well, sorry, I drank a lot of water today. I'm going to run to the restroom. But that being said, have my headphones in. Why do you continue streaming? What motivates you to continue going on with your streaming platform? But I'll be right back.
I have fun with it. I have fun with it, even if I have to deal with some people that, like, really, really, really fucking suck. Thankfully, I don't deal with chatters that, like, really, really fucking suck all that often. There were a couple of people that I let hang out longer than I should have that, like, made me very burned out on fucking politics streaming. And also just feeling like I was, like, walking on eggshells, like anything I could say at any point might, like, send a viewer who otherwise liked my channel into a complete fucking conniption. But every now and then I don't mind doing, like, honeypot streams about that shit. Like, the topic comes up and I just take a moment to just rail on the fucking Russian government, rail on the Chinese government, do the occasional litmus test to see if I have any fucking tankies or vatniks hanging out in my chat. I'm gonna pull up Jet's chat. Where are you? There you are.
Sorry about that. That might happen a few times.
No worries.
I drank way too much water. So, what's your problem with the Chinese government, man? No, I'm kidding. But also, go ahead.
Yeah, but, like, oh god, like, we were talking about that one time I raided a certain streamer whose name I won't mention, and, like, something like came up about China, and like one of the more ridiculous, like talking about like some actually ridiculous criticism of the Chinese government. And I was like, yeah, this is a ridiculous criticism. I wish criticism of China would focus on shit like how China's engaged in like multiple active or passive cultural genocides, and even in all of their fucking minority languages that aren't standard Beijingese Mandarin are like straight up fucking dying. And the government likes to pretend that it gives a fuck while also enacting policies that accelerate that process. And the fucking idiot Stalinoid co-host of the streamer I rated tried to like accuse me of pulling that from Epoch Times.
Wait, that same person fucking really did that? I know who you're talking about, but
the person tried to accuse, like, tried to like call me an Epoch Times reader. I'm like, do I sound like I actually am, like, you really think I sound like I read that fucking garbage? They never say a goddamn thing about any of this shit. It's funny because all the stuff you could actually talk shit on the Chinese government for, all that Epoch Times gives a fuck about is stuff that, like, is straight up false. Or grossly, like, either straight up fantasy or, like, grossly exaggerated.
How would you?
And of course,
oh, go ahead.
And of course, it's the Falun Gong cult newspaper. So of course they really advance that bullshit narrative of the Chinese government is massacring Falun Gong practitioners en masse to harvest their organs. Yeah, that was a ridiculous claim made on like the flimsiest fucking evidence when it was first made, and it is not real, but. Yeah, I hate being equated to some, like, rightoid who reads the Epoch Times just because I have, like, very valid concerns about the Chinese government's issues with fucking Han chauvinism and shit.
Oh, shit, I might have to unfollow that person if they're gonna go that far. How would you equate the Chinese government to the American government overall, if you can make any comparisons or contrasts?
I'd say they're like basically. I'd say they're the same fucking monster, just like dressed up in different colors of clothing.
So I know
the Chinese government wraps itself up in that Chinese in the Chinese flag. The U.S. government is the same beast, but just wearing an American flag instead.
Mm-hmm.
Falun Gong claims that their members have the purest, most sought-after organs. Yeah, that is because Falun Gong is like detached from reality. And I also really hate U.S. news media for... Okay, so I'm going to say out front, as deranged as I think they are, the Chinese government's reasons for going after them have absolutely nothing to do with giving a shit about the public getting defrauded or getting roped into their cult stuff, and everything to do with just like power grabbing and viewing it as a threat to the party's monopoly on power. The Falun Gong and and high-ranking Chinese communist officials used to get along in the fucking early 90s. Then, like, some weird rift happened between them that resulted in both parties mutually developing this, like, really deranged fucking hatred towards each other.
So, would you say that... Sorry, I can't even say this seriously. China is socialist? Sorry. Sorry.
It's really funny to me when people try to claim that China is like actually existing socialism, when you can like look at like government officials quotes about like quoted statements from government officials about their like fucking policy during COVID being like, we don't want to get trapped, get sucked into the trap of welfarism. We want to encourage prosperity by encouraging everybody to work hard for wealth. And it's like, bro, it's like you motherfuckers, you dipshit tankies are trying to claim that this is fucking socialism.
Yeah, you got people
the dipshit Xi Jinping stands think that this is fucking socialism. This is literally just like Bill Clinton welfare policy translated into Han or into Mandarin. Whoops. That was unironically like actually very stupid of me to call the language Han.
So
the government says it's communist. Why would they lie? Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's literally like all the thinking that people who throat the Chinese boot do about it.
So with the people that deep throat China, I'm guessing you're not a fan of Caleb Maupin, Haas, or Jackson Dinkle?
Those people are like especially bad even compared to your average like misguided American fuckwad who like thinks that China is like the vanguard or the world vanguard of socialism. Because those guys literally like... But here's the thing that other people have tried to tell me, like, no, you're wrong, but I stand by this. Those fucking dudes are more like what, like, the Communist Party members that, like, American tankies that, like, American tankies will talk about, like, these dudes, like, Caleb Maupin and Haz are really just, like, far-right conservatives pretending to be communists. In reality, people like Haz and Caleb Maupin, with how, like, straight-up fucking reactionary they are actually much more like fucking, like, your average, like, Communist Party member from China or Russia than the American tanky, than your average American tanky is. And they don't even realize it. Like, it just blows my mind that people like that there's ample evidence out there that will show you that you grab a bag of like your typical Chinese Communist Party or CPRF members, and most of them are going to be like extremely homophobic, extremely transphobic, outlandishly fucking racist. Oh yeah, like Boy Meets Mitty's saying to my chat, you go down to India, CPI and CPIM are like really reactionary and casteist as fuck. Like they're extreme, especially in India with like CPI and CPIM. Those parties are really class reductionist, especially, which the class reductionist shit. The class reductionist shit is especially like the gateway to just like racism but left. Throw like, hey, we need to, and that is unironically what that like idiot co-host of that streamer I rated that I was talking about. Like, I don't really I don't really hold much against her. I think she's just been manipulated by bad actors. The reason why I don't go to her chat anymore is because the reason why I don't go to her channel anymore isn't really because of her, more so because her chat sucks. And because she's been like manipulated into spewing like actually kind of harmful shit by really bad actors like that idiot podcast co-host.
So
but yeah, like that dude was doing the straight up class reductionism, being like, why should I care about some like small minority dialect in some weird little corner of China? Like, what does that have to do with lowering poverty, which China did?
So
and it's just like, are you fucking listening to yourself right now, dude?
So MAGA communism thoughts? Sorry, Boy Meets Minnie says Haas Keck W. He knows how much I fucking hate Haas. I hate him so much.
Infrared Has is like one of the weirdest motherfuckers I have ever seen on the only positive thing that he has ever contributed to these spaces was that one time he was talking to that like not even not even adopting any pretense to it neo-Nazi guy that one time, and the guy like got short with Haz and started being like, excuse the really bad ableism, but that one, you know, the clip where that rightoid is like, you're talking like a mongoloid, and Haz just like, I don't give a fuck, I am a mongoloid.
Oh yeah,
we are a horde. That clip was so funny, and like that honestly is like a very Chad way to respond to somebody calling you like such a like all this, like you see all the discourse about the word retard now, and that's not a word I don't like to use that often either.
Yeah,
but yeah, whereas yeah, that word mongoloid is so fucking bad that you don't even really hear discourse about that one. It's basically, you hear somebody call someone else that is like, oh, so you're a real piece of shit. All right.
Alex asks, have you heard the Two Hole song? What? Sorry,
I never heard that song, but oh god, anything relating to the Two Holes thing. Are you aware of what the Two Holes meme was?
No.
It was this thing where Infrared Has was like talking to some e-girl or something, like some like pretty attractive woman who streams on Twitch. He was talking about her about something, and he was saying that there are only like 2 holes in the genitalia of an APAB person.
Oh my god.
Because he forgot that like urethra. Oh, it was Cute Boot. It was Cute Bot. It was Cute Bot's dating show. That's right.
Yeah, I do remember that being really hard to listen to.
Yeah, I remember listening to that. I'm just like, bruh. I'm just like, dude.
So hard-hitting questions. How many holes? No, I'm kidding. I don't give a fuck.
I don't know how people are impressed by Haz Rockfish. I think the problem with Haz is and the reason why he's able to get so many viewers is he has that crayon eating meathead like whole style that appeals to like the types of dudes who were like these like dickhead jock bullies in high school and then like joined the fucking Marines immediately and then like served their time and like peaked in high school in the Marines, get out of the Marines, and are like vaguely into left-wing politics but are also just like meat-headed assholes at the core of it all. And then they see Infrared Has who acts exactly like them. The way Infrared Has acts reminds me of the fucking douchebag dudes that would like go party in downtown State College on weekends and be like perusing the like sleazy alleyway that ran between the 2 main streets in town. Which was like the State College isn't a place that has like, it isn't like one of those places where people think like, oh, bad crime, but that was the alleyway where you didn't want to just go like walking around in the middle of the night without friends because people would hang out back there literally to just try to fight people. And yeah, Spock, where in my chat grew up with me, and he's talking about, yeah, Frat Row is like different from that back alley, but Frat Row is also a place where you don't want to just casually walk on nights because frat boys. But yeah, Infrared Has reminds me of like the douchebag people in downtown State College when they start like getting angry at each other in the street. You'll just be like, yo, man, yo.
Yeah.
It's literally like watching like humans. It's literally like watching anatomically modern humans get in touch with whatever parts of our brains are left over from like earlier common ancestors we have with like gorillas and chimpanzees and shit, and just like drop all pretense of civilization that humans have developed and just like start and just like that really awful South Park episode where like Bebe and the one of the girls in the class like starts growing boobs, and like all the fucking boys literally start like turning into Neanderthals about it, and like stands in the fucking living room with like a protruding eyebrow, just like drawing titties on the wall, like ata ata.
What happened in that episode? What was it? Stan's girlfriend got fake boobs, and everyone's like, "The fuck is wrong with you?"
Yeah, at the end of the episode, like fucking Bebe comes in with a box wearing a fucking cardboard box with holes cut in it, and like all the boys suddenly just like turn back into normal boys, and then like and Bebe gives some speech, and there's like this big like moment of realization. Then Wendy comes in with implants, and everybody makes fun of her.
One thing I will say
that was fucking twisted.
I will say one thing about Haas is how much he knows about, what was it, Hegel?
Is Haas one of those people who's like a total idiot but is like shockingly well read on Hegel?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
That's weird.
Shockingly well read.
Rockfish in my chat says he comes across as very impressive and charismatic to people who exclusively spend their time playing Hearts of Iron and Europa Universalis, which, yeah, basically.
Yeah, he knows a lot about Hegel, and also, I think he kind of admires Hegel for as right as
I don't really know that much about Hegel. I don't know. I don't really bother with philosophy that much because it's impossible to do the like actual philosophy thing without starting to like really dive into this like weird into weird like metaphysical masturbatory circular talk that just drives me fucking insane.
That was the one thing I was impressed with Haas on, but oh my god, he's a right winger painted red, as Voosh once said.
Yeah, and people need to realize that that's like Russia's government doesn't like China and doesn't like claim to be communist at all. But people even need to understand that about CPRF in Russia. Like CPRF is also a bunch of reactionary scumbags painted red. And CPSU was like that when the Soviet Union was still around.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, the fucking Communist Party of the Soviet Union's local affiliates in other Soviet republics other than Russia were sometimes like even... Are you familiar with the whole history of like Turkmenistan around the end of the Soviet Union?
No.
So Turkmenistan was like the last of the Soviet republics to declare independence from the Soviet Union, because unlike a lot of the other Soviet republics, like local fucking governments and local communist parties were starting to get like less hardline towards the end of the 80s. The fucking like Communist Party of Turkmenistan, when Turkmenistan was still a Soviet republic in the 80s, was like really weird and hardline cultish, even compared to like other like local communist parties, to the point that the last like premier of the Turkmen Soviet Socialist of the Turkmen SSR before the fall of the Soviet Union, Sapar Murat Niyazov, literally like supported the coup d'etat attempt of 1991. That coup d'etat attempt in like August of 91 that was like a bunch of military nut jobs last ditch effort to try to keep the USSR from collapsing. Yeah, fucking Niyazov supported that.
Mm-hmm.
And then once it was apparent that the USSR wasn't going to keep being a thing, he declared independence from it, dropped the pretense of communism, and built this like really pervasive cult of personality around himself. So like that like almost exceeded Stalin levels. Like in Ashgabat, the capital of Turkmenistan, there used to be this thing called the Neutrality Monument, dedicated to Turkmenistan's like international political neutrality since the end of the Soviet era. This statue was a giant like white marble pedestal with a giant gold statue of Sapar Murat Niyazov with his arms extended towards the sky like this.
Praise the sun.
Yeah, and speaking of praise the sun, there was an engine. There was a fucking motor in the base of the statue that rotated it to face the sun at all hours that it was in the sky.
God damn it. Okay.
After that, dude, like, fucking heart attacked himself to death because he was, like, this fat, drunk smoker who, like, was in really bad health a lot of his life. Like me. Except I'm in way better health than this guy probably was when he was my age. Yeah, after being like this, like really fat, basically being like Turkmen Leonid Brezhnev, like being, actually, you know what? Like in Turkmenistan, most people are Muslims. He might not have been a drinker actually, but I know he was like a huge chain smoker and was pretty overweight. So he had a heart attack when he was like in his 60s, back in like 2006. And then the dude that fucking John Oliver did his piece on a few years back, Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov, fucking took office. And people at first were thinking, hey, maybe he'll like reform Turkmenistan's political system and not be a huge tyrant. Nope. He got the constitution amended so that he, as the acting president, could run for the position full time in the next election, because prior to that happening, that was banned by the constitution for an acting president to then run for president in the next election. He got that ban removed so he could run for president. He got elected with like no opposition. He undid some of fucking Niyazov's cult of personality stuff. Like he took down that statue. He reversed the name changes of a bunch of like days of the week and months of the year that Sapar Murat Niyazov ordered done to the calendar. That guy had like changed the names of a bunch of the days of the week and the months of the year to be things related to himself and his life and his mom in Turkmenistan. And because thanks to the Russian Empire, most of their words for like the calendar stuff were fucking Russian loans. So he tried to stoke nationalism by being like, I am the father of this country. I am Turkmenbasha. And we are going to name the month of January Turkmenbasha. And we are going to rename this day of the week after my mom. And we're going to do all this other renaming of stuff. Yeah, the new guy then like reversed all that, but just built some twisted cult of personality around himself. He's like really into the Ahalteke, which is like the Turkmen national horse breed. Oh, and they're kind of rare now. There's only a few thousand of them left. He personally owns about like 500 of them or something like that. And he has written multiple books about them. John Oliver read a segment from like one of his books he wrote about the Ahalteke to and like found like passages where and then after reading them, he's just like, now is it just me or does he really want to fuck that horse?
Yeah, I can see that.
Like he was writing like these passages about these like talking about how beautiful these horses were with like almost like sexual overtones.
He
like,
read about the horse cock though.
Not as far as I'm aware. Okay. Although who knows? Maybe he has written about Ahalteke cock at some point.
We'll find an internet forum and probably find it. Now, in terms of your streaming, you brought up like some interesting experiences. What other interesting experiences have you had while streaming? What stands out to you? Like, not just the most.
One time I got hate rated by like somewhere between 30 and 50 Polish ultra nationalists because I pissed them off on Twitter.
Hell yeah.
And this wasn't even like, you know how it's not on like every now and then some script kiddie goes around doing the hate raids where it's obviously like one person like gets some like macro to make like 5 quick accounts with like account names blatantly slandering people and drops the follows all at once. Yeah, this wasn't one of those hate raids. This was like, I'm chilling playing squad to like 1 or 2 viewers, and I start noticing my view count climb up to like 50 something. And then all of a sudden, a mixture of unintelligible Polish babbling and people telling me I'm a fat piece of shit and that I should go kill myself just started flooding my chat. And I'm just like, yeah, you're those like actual like weird Polish Nazi degenerates on Twitter that I pissed off, who were like posting Nazi memes to harass other streamers on Twitter and then got mad when I called you Nazis. It's really funny when like racist Polish people like act real, like post Nazi memes and then like get mad and start bringing up World War II if you like call them Nazis for it. It's just like, bro, you can't like post the Nazi memes and then like bring up how fucked Poland got by World War II when somebody calls you out on it. Like,
what's Auschwitz?
If anything, that should be even more reason to not post those memes. You deranged piece of shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say Poland of all the places during World War II. Like I said, what is Auschwitz? I don't know. I've never heard of it.
Oh, Poland. I feel bad for Polish leftists because that place's politics in this day and age sound completely fucked.
Fucked is, yeah. Granted, I'm not as much of a geopolitics person as you are, but even from the limited stuff I know,
people are trapped between like, it's like their politics is dominated by the government and party is like, we're weirdly sympathetic with some neo-fascist stuff and we're like ultra like Catholic ultra nationalists, but we're totally not neo-fascists or anything. Then like there's some like bullshit neoliberal party, there's some like bullshit sock dem party that like used to govern and lost power to these guys because they were really inept at it. And then there's another part of then there's like another bigger party that's like, oh, we like are straight up neo-fascists, but don't call us that. And like they literally don't have any pretense other than they'll get mad if you call them neo-fascists, but they're kind of like the Our Homeland movement in Hungary. Like people who are so far right wing that even the like current like really far right wing government won't touch them.
That's pretty bad.
And yeah, Poland's politics are, from what I understand, politics in a lot of former Eastern Bloc countries are a fucking mess. Poland, the Baltic states,
but
Finland.
I thought they were part of the USSR.
Wait, no,
I thought
Finland's...
they were leftists.
Yeah. Or wait, no, why did I throw Finland in there? Finland wasn't an Eastern Bloc country. Finland was one of those countries that was in that like weird fucked up scenario where they weren't an Eastern Bloc country, but they shared a direct fucking border with Russia and were sitting there just like trying to walk on eggshells and not piss them off the whole time. Plus, you know, Finland's own wars with the USSR as well.
So I'm curious too about your politics. Where do you think you land on the political spectrum, or how could you label?
Like definitely like pretty far down in that like libertarian left corner on the like 4-way chart. Gotcha. Even though that political compass sucks, like
yeah,
definitely pretty down far in the left corner. The bottom left corner, I mean, the like libertarian left corner. I don't really know if I call myself an anarchist, but I definitely think a lot of anarchist ideas are worth listening to. I do.
Yeah, that's fair.
I must say though, I do like try to. I do try to be like hesitant to like interact with like say other anarchist circles on Twitter, because interacting with anarchist circles on Twitter is where I started getting like really burnt out with like dealing with like serious LARP people. And like people who like the way they post, it's clear that the reason why they don't want there to be state is because their idea of like justice and accountability for bad viewers is I get to like dig a fucking hole in the woods and put them in it with no consequences and like no, absolutely like no oversight or anything from anybody if I don't like them. And that was just like,
very
and it's just like,
libertarian.
I wanted to call a couple of them out on it a couple of times. Like, yeah, you're not an anarchist. You're like some sick fuck who's really, really bloodthirsty.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. It's like kind of the same mindset as like really bloodthirsty internet tankies that like won't stop posting about how much they fantasize about killing anybody that pisses them off in the slightest way.
Yeah,
but they like wrap themselves in the Yeah, there's definitely some shit going on with those like the like extremely performative internet tankies being like it's a thing where it's like white people who feel this immense guilt over their fucking birth status and feel like they must compensate for it.
Dude, it's so weird. I used to work with a fucking tanky who absolutely hated white people, which, whatever, I don't give a shit either way, but they were to the point like, white people, in context of this person, white people must die. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this is a little too far, if I say so myself.
Yeah, it's like, all right, we can all chuckle at memes, but there's like a certain point where some people are like starting to worry me.
Oh, dude,
there's a certain point where it's like, yeah, like at first we were breaking balls, but like that one famous Pauly quote in The Sopranos when he wants to like give a newly made guy, he wants to like do a strip search for wires on a newly made guy, and the guy's like getting pissed off about it. And he's just like, first I was just breaking balls. Now you're beginning to worry me.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely been cases where it's like some shit, it's like some people will engage in like such like deranged like posting about like I can't wait to be like this dude in a firing squad just like putting bullets in everybody that like my overlords say is like counter-revolutionary, to the point where it's like yeah.
Are there any like political philosophies that you're vehemently super against, other than American Republicans? But I mean, if there's
other than the like very blatantly obvious shit, Marx-Leninism.
Marx-Leninism, why is that? I mean, I can imagine why, but I'm curious your point of view.
I know that some people try to claim that like the USSR and China, like a lot of like here's the thing is like there are like certain Marx-Leninists that I can actually like talk with who aren't as like deranged as your average like Twitter user who covers their fucking profile.
Well, you don't like Caleb Maupin?
like the type of Twitter user who puts like the flags of Russia, China, and the North Korea in their fucking like bio or whatnot, but like puts the flag of like every like Marxist Leninist country that's like ever fucking existed in their bio, being like, yo, look at how edgy I am, but look, I hate America, bro, give me cool points. But yeah, like it's just fun. It's like people try to be like, yeah, but like this isn't real. Like this is like very perverted Marxism-Leninism, and I'm like, not really. It's kind of like the logical conclusion if you follow like Marx and especially Lenin's prescriptions for concentrating this much power into the hands of a few people while like maintaining this like totally bullshit facade of democratic control.
Yeah, I never
like,
understood that about Lenin.
The concept of democratic centralism is like outright fucking fraudulent and not actually democratic whatsoever. Like, no, when you have an election where like some small circle jerk of party apparatchiks decide like who the people who are appropriate to run for this office are, and then have the party like choose from from that pre-approved list of people who are all also party members. That is a fucking fraud. That is a sham election. That is like defines the term sham election.
I never understood Marxist-Leninism. Granted, I don't know as much as I should, to be frank, but at the same time,
I don't know as much as I should either, but you don't even really have to like know all the finer points of the ideology of the like supposed ideology when you can see that like every state that has attempted to run by that ideology has just like degenerated into some like corrupt circle jerk of a bunch of like suit wearing party ghouls enriching themselves and claiming it's for the good of the working class.
That's what I was going to say, was the amount of people that are just like, hey, you know what's good for the proletariat? Oligarchy.
Yeah.
It's never made sense to me.
Bro, there's like more ideological diversity in the People's National Congress in China than there is in the United States Congress, dude. Oh, why? Because there's like 5 or 6 parties present in it? That doesn't mean shit. It's like 90% of it's like 80 or 90% of the seats in that giant fucking Congress they have in China, because the People's National Congress in China is technically like the largest legislative body on earth. There's like 2,000 fucking members in it, but there's like 2,000 members of the People's National Congress. However, that People's National Congress meets like twice a fucking. It's like 80 to 90% of the seats in People's National Congress are Chinese Communist Party members. The rest of the seats are these other smaller parties that literally just throat the boot of the big party. And that is the only reason why they're even allowed to legally exist at all.
Mm-hmm.
That's not like fucking democratic. That's not ideological diversity. That is literally a facade. God, these are like the type of people who actually will like take this kind of shit at face value are like the type of idiots who buy into fucking multi-level marketing schemes and shit like that. Like the types of people who are like, oh, this totally isn't just some pyramid scheme that's going to leave me footing a huge bill.
By the way, what are you drinking?
Black Velvet Toasted Caramel.
It's whiskey?
It's gross Canadian whiskey, yeah.
Oh, God.
It is dirt cheap Canadian whiskey, but it's actually semi-palatable because it's like really sugary because it has fucking some caramel flavor to it.
And it's Canadian, so it welcomes you. You welcome it.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh.
Sorry, I don't know if...
That's my Greg.
I apologize if I missed... how you fall politically, but like
oh, it's all good because I don't really like to put labels on myself at all, but I definitely
if without
into,
labels,
like,
just more of like the where you fall within a spectrum or
I'm
your
definitely
beliefs.
like I am like vehemently anti-authoritarian. I'm very like anti-statism. I am or at least like I am very anti-statism. There's some things where I need to actually read more Murray Bookchin. I haven't really read any of his actual work, but I read about the like advocacy he did and whatnot. And like he called himself an anarchist when like he was was straight up like I am an anarchist for much of his life until like the 90s. Because in the 90s he had grown annoyed with the part of the anarchist movement, the lifestyleists. And, you know, I don't like that term lifestylist can be kind of nebulous and can be sort of nebulous. And I'm not really like, I don't know. It's not that I like have some huge issue with lifestylists, but like there are definitely some anarchists that would say I'm like a fake anarchist because I like align more on the like social anarchist side. Mm-hmm. Whereas like lifestylists are often more so the kind of like fucking Sternerites and shit like that would more so be lifestylists. It's like there's definitely like some of the like really hyper individualistic shit where it will have where it's like where it's just like there should be absolutely like no fucking thing overseeing anything, which I don't know if is like really entirely sustainable. But yeah, like Murray Bookchin eventually got like annoyed with a lot of the anarchist movement, and he started instead calling his own ideology communalism. And what he called communalism is like very municipalist. Like basically like doing away with the current concept of like the greater state in favor of just having these like giant webs of like interlocked confederations of like free municipalities, where like really the only government that exists is like that directly exists at all, if it exists at all, is like local municipal level government. And above that, it's like, instead of like vertical authority, it is like confederations between local groups and authorities. And he had a lot of syndicalist thought. I tend to align a lot with kind of like anarcho-syndicalist stuff, because
sorry, but before you continue, what is syndicalist thought? Honestly, I'm asking because I have fucking no idea.
Syndicalism is a very fucking broad term. It is. I would have to pull it up from Wikipedia. Syndicalism and corporatism are actually very closely related.
Really? Huh.
But they are also distinct. And corporatism is also one of my least favorite words in current political discourse, because you will, like, it is very rare that you find somebody using that term correctly. People use the term corporatist incorrectly all the time to describe like corporate-backed centrist Democrats and shit like that. That is not at all a correct use of the fucking term. Although some of them definitely probably have some semblance of like corporatism in their ideology, but what they mean to say is a corporatocracy rather than corporatism.
Gotcha.
So syndicalism is, all right, I'm gonna actually just cheat and get a definition, a basic syndicalism definition off Wikipedia.
Please do.
Just as a starting point.
Sorry, I'm gonna run to the restroom one more time, but keep going.
Yeah, no worries. So basically, yeah, syndicalism is related to corporatism. Corporatism is a broad fucking term that just refers to like society being organized within like corporate groups that share like common interests. Like, for example, Catholic social philosophy is very fucking corporatist, and that is why, say, like very strict, rigid, hierarchical corporatism is a key thing as a key facet of fascism. Especially like Mussolini and Italian fascism. Corporate isn't a body. Yes, that is where the term comes from. It comes from the term a body, which is the root of the term corporation, like in business, but in these cases don't necessarily mean the same thing. Corporation equals body equals person. Unfortunately, that is actually sort of the fucking like logic that the goddamn Supreme Court used in Citizens United versus FEC. Like, since constitutional law makes no legal distinction between like the kind of legal person an individual human being is and the kind of legal personage that a corporation or other organized entity of people is, then therefore there's not the... Jet went to the bathroom. He'll be right back.
Yeah, my bad.
There you are.
Yeah. What's anarcho-syndicalism?
Yeah, so the term syndicalism is like here on Wikipedia it says syndicalism is a revolutionary current within the labor movement that seeks to unionize workers according to industry and advance their demands through strikes with the eventual goal of gaining control over the means of production and economy at large.
Huh, am I an anarcho-syndicalist? I don't know.
So, yeah, that's where, basically, anarcho-syndicalism is the ideology of, like, using, like, a syndicalist revolutionary, like, method and philosophy, like, organizing people, like, within their own industries among their own common interests to then get the groups to, like, work together to gain control over the means of production and economy and then turn it into like an anarchist society based along those lines, where the current concept of the state doesn't really exist. It is all like, instead human relations are done through these like bodies of fucking these bodies of the people who directly own the economy. Based on, it's obviously not fucking perfect, but like, yeah. So for example, the one organization that still exists that's long been a big like syndicalist organization is in Spain, the National Confederation of Labor, the CNT.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and they were very like involved with like anarcho-syndicalist movements, especially one of the places where anarcho-syndicalism became the biggest was in Catalonia during the Spanish Civil War. That's where like some of the most well-known anarcho-syndicalist projects have happened. It was like during the Spanish Civil War, like things just went so fucking belly up in Spain. It was this weird scenario where it was like, unlike most other civil wars involving leftists, in Spain it was like the government was actually, the leftists like were the government. It was right after the election was narrowly won by a broad coalition of like liberals and like communists, liberals, communists, like syndicalists, socialists, even anarcho-syndicalists. Even though they were opposed to the state existing on principle, they ended up actually kind of participating in the last republic government. And yeah, the military had these like had these fucking fascist guys in it that fucking turned on the goddamn government. And that's why, even though it was like the military, since it was like the military was the rebellion and most of the soldiers joined in on it, then the government was left with like this army of like anarchist peasant militias, which left them at like a disadvantage the entire fucking time. But unfortunately. But yeah, CNT was the still is the like, CNT's nowhere near as big in Spain as it was like prior to the Spanish Civil War and during the Civil War. But CNT still exists in Spain. There are still workers that are a part of it. Excuse me. And then here in the United States, if you know the Wobblies, the industrial workers of the world, they have never really described themselves as syndicalists openly, but they are very frequently grouped in with syndicalists because they have very similar goals.
Gotcha. What brought about your current political takes? Like, what your political takes, for example, 10 years ago to now?
10 years ago, I definitely leaned more socialist, but I wasn't nearly as far left as I am now. I wasn't nearly as far left or anti-state as I am now. But like, for example, I've always been like more amenable to the like concept of communism, like a stateless, classless, moneyless society actually being like a possibility than like a lot of the other like party Democrats that were my friends. And even then, like, this is 10 years ago when we were teenagers. It was more so like friends whose parents were party Democrats and who kind of copied their parents' politics and didn't really consider it that much.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I wasn't like raised a fucking conservative or anything, and my dad is one of those dudes where he's like, he'll like kind of seem like your run-of-the-mill liberal. He's not a member of the Democratic Party, although he usually votes for them. He'll sort of seem like a run-of-the-mill liberal until you talk to them and start figuring it out that he's one of those dudes who like still kind of holds like anarchist sympathies and ideals. When he was younger, he was also like somewhat in the anarcho-syndicalist camp. And I think he's in the boat where he still holds a lot of the ideals, but just when it comes to what he advocates for and whatnot, what he advocates for and what he will like openly like admit, he just is like, he's just like so fucking jaded about shit. He just hopes to God there can be some sort of like remotely positive change in his lifetime. And for the time being, unfortunately, views the Democrats as like at least the best way to keep things from getting as bad as the Republicans will make it.
Yeah. Oh god, that's so sad. That's how things are in the United States.
Yeah. Which, like, yeah, usually in elections, I vote for Democratic Party candidates, and that's exactly the reason why. I only vote for them because I know that, like, having, like, even stronger Republican stranglehold over, like, local governments, state governments, and federal government will just be fucking worse for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, if in my area there was some, like, third-party candidate running for a fucking local office, I'd vote for it.
Oh, for sure.
Just especially because, and in order to get, like, another party bigger, they're going to have to start local. And we're also, in order to help break the duopoly over national politics, we're going to have to, like, get rid of, like, how fixated we are in single member district first past the post voting. Yeah. It's a shit system.
Oh, it's totally shit.
It's such a shit system that is where it's like this legislative body is supposed to represent the political makeup of the populace as a whole, but it is subject to so much political manipulation that it doesn't even do that. Like, the only reason that Republicans frequently have majorities in the House of Representatives is because of fucking gerrymandering that Republican state legislatures do. You look at the actual, like, total vote counts for party, the Democrats come out on top every fucking time when it's, like, the total votes for, like, all of the party's candidates in all districts. Really, like, when it comes to, like, stuff that's, like, when it comes to, like, the revolution versus reform debate, right? I am very much one of those types of people that's like, reform while we can and revolution if we absolutely must. And we're definitely getting close to that if we absolutely must. But here's the problem is, like, well, one, revolution doesn't always entail, like, massive amounts of bloodshed. There's shit that I think does, like, properly count as being revolutions that did not entail some really nasty fucking civil war being fought as a part of it. But yeah, it's like, I really just wonder why some people, like, drool. Like, some people, like, are like, we need a revolution, and, like, we need this, like, big, violent, bloody uprising. And it's like, yo, I feel you, but, like, why are you fetishizing fucking bloody internal conflict this much?
I was going to ask you,
please,
like what revolutions do you have?
What's that?
What revolutions were you thinking of?
When it comes to, like, ones that weren't, like, that didn't involve some, like, massive fucking civil war in the aftermath or something.
Yeah, because they exist, so.
Oh, like, for example, like, now the problem is a lot of these ultimately weren't really that revolutionary or effective, but, like, for example, the Velvet Revolution against the fucking, like, in most of the Eastern Bloc except Romania, like, most of the Eastern Bloc, like ditching its communist political systems was its tanky political systems was actually, like, relatively peaceful. And, like what blood was shed was, like, heavy-handed, like, fucking tanky cops, like, beating the shit out of people and stuff. But there wasn't, like, for example, like, what place am I? What's the part of fucking USSR, former USSR? Yeah, often you'll hear about, in the U.S., there's often talk about, like, how it was all peaceful revolutions in the fall of the USSR and the fall of, like, the Warsaw Pact countries and stuff. That's not entirely true, especially with the fall of the USSR. There were multiple, like, really bloody wars that happened as a direct result of the USSR falling. And then, yeah, Rockfish also says when it comes to Warsaw Pact countries other than the USSR, Romania, of all of those, like, Eastern European Soviet satellite states, Romania was the one that did have some, like, big violent uprising.
Yeah.
However, that violent uprising didn't turn into some protracted civil war because Ceausescu had become so despised by everybody that, like, the military and the cops turned on him and shit.
God damn.
Like even the military and the cops had turned on the fucking guy, and that's why it was like, yeah, and his wife, and they what happened in Romania, if you're not familiar with this, was yeah, like Nicolae Ceausescu's policy was fucking terrible. He like wanted to grow the country's population forcibly, so he like outlawed like all birth control and abortion, and it did grow the population, but it also led to like an enormous amount of street children, a lot of whom even like over 30 years later are like now like homeless adults that have just had like unbelievably fucked up lives and shit. Literally like living in the fucking sewer in Bucharest or some shit. I saw something on Viceland about it, actually, about like street kids in Romania who some of them were teenagers, but like most of them were like in their 20s or 30s, and they were literally just like living in the fucking sewer or something, like huffing paint fumes out of plastic bags to get high.
God damn.
And like begging for enough money to go like buy another plastic bag full of spray paint to huff the fumes. And yeah, like there's that, like Rockfish is saying Nicolae Ceausescu's wife caused this huge fucking famine. Like I forget the details as to how she personally caused it, but I'm familiar with that. And yeah, so what happened was there was this big fucking like people took to the street, and like wasn't like the Velvet Revolution or like the singing revolution in Estonia where people just like sat in the street saying songs. It was like people took to the streets in Bucharest and just started fucking destroying shit. And then the cops and the military got involved, and like Bucharest and his like fucking Ceausescu and his wife tried to fucking run away. They got caught. They were subjected to a kangaroo court for like crimes against humanity, and then immediately after being found guilty in the televised trial were dragged out front and had bullets put in their heads on national television on Christmas Day of 1989.
Merry Christmas.
Yep. they literally, yeah, that was the one part of the Eastern Bloc where people were just so pissed off, and like so many people were so pissed off that it was like a relatively quick process, like big outbursts of anger from like every facet of society. Remove the old tyrant, kill him and his shitty fucking wife. And then yeah, after they made it a point to like not go, because the Ceausescu regime was very heavy-handed with like using death penalty as a tool of fucking political suppression. So to make a point about how fucked up that was, the people who removed Ceausescu made it a point that Ceausescu and his shitty wife would be the last people executed in Romania, and immediately after executing him, they constitutionally abolished the death penalty.
Jesus.
Yep. And
it's kind of badass, actually.
Yeah, but yeah, there was like the singing revolution in fucking Estonia, where like Estonians like protested the government by just going out in public and like singing Estonian cultural songs while blocking traffic and shit. Especially because like Estonians had almost become marginalized in the land that they are indigenous to under Soviet rule. The Russian government shipped so many fucking Russian people to go live there. And like Russian was beginning to displace Estonian as the primary language and shit. But yeah, there's also the point though where like a lot of those like revolutions that weren't these like bloody shit shows, yeah, they did bring an end to the old one-party regimes. Now they have these like shitty neoliberal democracies that are like cucked by the capitalism disease and whatnot. So same with like Serbia had like peaceful risings that resulted in, after the Serb population sat around and was totally fine with Milosevic genociding people that weren't Serbs. Classic. Eventually his suppression of other Serbs that were like not fan of his policies like boiled over, and there was like a peaceful rising that resulted in him being pressured to resign, and then he got taken by the fucking ICC and was awaiting trial when he finally keeled over and died. But when he keeled over and died in his fucking jail cell. But yeah, Serbia is another example of, yeah, they had this like peaceful revolution to get rid of that guy. But then, yeah, now like Serbia's politics are still like really fucked with like extreme hatred towards other Balkan Slavic ethnic groups, fucking extreme hatred towards Albanians, especially, which I separated them because they are not a Slavic ethnic group.
So what got you into geopolitics in general, other than needing knowledge of everyone? Because you know way more than I fucking do, to be honest.
My dad was a high school social studies teacher for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Not really for a lot of my childhood, though. It was like prior to me being born and until I was like 3 years old, my dad was like a high school social studies teacher. He's mainly a history guy, mainly an American history guy, but also like he did his undergrad thesis on the Spanish Civil War.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And so he's pretty well versed with Spanish history as well. It's like American and Spanish history are his two like strong points as a historian. But he's decently well versed in all of it. And just, yeah, being a history teacher's kid, he stopped teaching when I was like 3 years old because my parents got sick of dumping me off at daycares. And my dad worked at this really fucking elitist boarding school for girls called Greer School.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say elitist, like this is one of those like prep schools where you're paying like more tuition than a lot of colleges charge to go to this, like to go to middle and high school at this joint. I'm gonna look it up. What the fuck is their tuition these days?
Ooh,
Last time I looked it up, I believed it was like 45 or 50 grand.
Chump change for most capitalists.
Oh my God, it's gone up.
70 grand?
64.5.
I wasn't that off. Fuck.
Yeah. Of course, they do have some like students there. They have like some scholarship students. I'm sure students that get in on financial aid get bullied relentlessly by the rich girls.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because my dad told me about the kind of like social dynamics there. Oh, and there were also a lot of international students too. So with international students, you had a lot of issues where not only was it like typical high school girl clique stuff, but like the racism and ethnic hatred present in like that kind of dynamic in high schools like went through the fucking roof because it had like a large amount of international students that were from like countries that have long histories of hating each other, like students from India and students from Pakistan, there were students from China, Japan, and Korea that my dad taught, and I think he said that the Chinese and Japanese girls were all, or the Chinese and Korean girls were all very sus of the Japanese girls.
Yeah, I could see that.
And but yeah, it's just like 64.5 a year for fucking middle and high school. What the fuck?
That's insane. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's like disturbed. But yeah, and here's the worst part. They charged that back in the 90s. I think tuition was only like 30 or 40,000 bucks only.
Yeah, well, actually, 90s 30 and 40,000.
Yeah, in the 90s, 30 or 40,000 bucks was like maybe even more than the 64.5 it is now when you adjust, depending on what part of the 90s it was. But
something fucking insane.
He was considering that he was like considering that like he had previously been a tenured teacher at a public high school in New Hampshire until my mom got a job transfer down to Pennsylvania, and my dad dipped out of that tenured post in the middle of the year to move with my mom.
What?
And yeah. And but yeah, considering he had already been tenured, he was very experienced. This school that has the gall to charge $64.5 a year didn't pay him dick.
What did they pay him in the 90s?
Something really pitiful. I think he said it might have been like 20,000 bucks or something like that.
What the fuck? Even in the 90s,
Yeah.
That's pitiful.
Yeah, like one student's tuition would have covered his fucking salary 2 or 3 times over.
God damn.
It was bad. They paid him so terribly. And also just like the people who were hired to it was a school that's like privately owned by the Greer family, and he said that like Douglas Greer is just like the sleaziest piece of shit. And then the current holder of the fortune, and God damn. He said that Douglas Greer was just like a sleazeball, and then fucking. So, like, obviously, he's not an educator. He would hire people to, like, do the actual running of the school for him. And my dad had issues with the people who actually ran the fucking school, too. It was like the person that was there when he quit was just some fucking loser who delegated everything in order to just collect a paycheck to do nothing. Just delegated all of their responsibilities to other people. The person before him, before that guy, who my dad remained good friends with for a long time after he quit, was this lady who had the opposite problem, where she wouldn't delegate a goddamn thing and would just overwork herself to the point where it like diminished how effective she was at her job. Which my dad admitted, like, she's a really nice lady and I still think she's great, but like that got annoying to be a subordinate of hers because of that issue. But yeah, anyways, about my dad and whatnot, yeah, him just so basically you grow up the kid of a history teacher unless your history teacher dad is like Diane Nguyen's dad from BoJack Horseman. Fucking you're generally gonna be getting fucking schooled on history and politics the second you're born. So I've always just been naturally inclined to wanting to learn that shit as a result.
How has that influenced you with geopolitics?
Pretty heavily. Yeah, with geopolitics, when I'm talking about it, I always talk about like, excuse me.
You're good.
It's like,
well, excuse me.
When I'm talking about geopolitics, it's like, I always try to split between, all right, so here is like the analysis versus my actual ideals of the way I wish things would be, and now here is the fucking real politic. Geopolitics just gets fucked like that. And that's especially where in geopolitics, I hate people who approach geopolitics with a team sports mindset. Like idiots who recognize that the USSR and China suck. Russia and China are like shit governments, and then like just like uncritically fucking stan NATO and that kind of idiocy. And like some of these fucking NAFO shit posters on the internet are just like, it's like, yeah, you might have been funny for like the first 5 seconds. Now you're just getting like really obnoxious and almost chauvinistic about it. And I'm not talking like the people who occasionally shitpost with that vibe like Vosh. I'm talking like the people who will not shut the fuck up about it. And then there's also the people who are like, America really sucks, Britain really sucks, and NATO really sucks. Therefore, I must give support to their geopolitical enemies. And it's just like, no, this is such a fucking bad analysis.
How do you feel about Voosh?
I don't mind him.
Cool.
I don't watch him all that much anymore, mainly because I don't watch much poll content anymore. Every once in a while, I'll tune into a smidgen of his stream. Or watch a piece of a video or something. And if anything, one criticism I'd have of him is I do kind of wish he'd still be more openly radical about stuff like he was back when he was like a little bit more cursed and edgy. When he like first started streaming, he was a little bit more just like, because now, like, one thing is now, like, a lot of his whole strategy, which is like a strategy that is actually like pretty reasonable and logical, and I don't hold it against him for adopting this, is like, we're not like, you're not going to like cause worldwide revolution by continuing to be this like niche political ideology and just snickering off in your own little corner like, hey, look at how much smarter I am than all these normies. No, you actually kind of like need to get normies to support your shit in large numbers for it to actually be enacted, unless you know you want to like, you and your buddies want to join the army, work your way up the chain of command while lying about your political views to everybody that you encounter ever for like 30 years, and then like try to pull a coup d'etat to install Marxist Leninism. And that's just like not gonna, that's what like fucking Hugo Chavez did. And like, yeah, after his coup d'etat failed, he ended up getting elected president, but still, like, that's he got elected president by getting the populace to support him, not by sitting in the corner snickering about how he's the smartest fucker on the planet and all the normies just like aren't good enough for him. But yeah, sometimes it feels like Vosh has gone more to the center than I wish he would in the attempt to try to like court normies.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it's not a bad thing, just there are some times where I wish I know one thing that he was a little guilty of is that he called himself an anarchist when he was kind of clueless about anarchism in general in the past. And then he he stopped calling himself an anarchist and started saying libertarian socialist after he debated somebody who was much more knowledgeable about anarchism than he was.
Oh, who was that?
I don't even really know who it was, but he like debated this person, and then he was basically like, yeah, I guess I am. It was basically like he stopped calling himself an anarchist after because he was like much more statist than most anarchists normally are, and I wish he was less statist. I'm sure he still is in private, just like he's gotten so big that he kind of has to tune his content more to the mainstream.
Right.
And there is a little bit of the stuff where sometimes it was like, I get that you're mostly just shit posting with some of the like anarcho-NATOism kind of stuff, but like sometimes it starts getting a little difficult to tell, dude. Like some of the like standing NATO doesn't really come off as a joke anymore after a certain point. Thankfully, he hasn't been doing that as much recently either.
Thankfully.
But yeah, all in all, I don't view the guy as like a negative force. He's a dude who gets things right and gets things wrong like everybody else. This idea that he is some sort of like big fucking evil where like him and his supporters need to be like excised from all left-wing politics is utterly absurd to me.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I agree with that.
Especially the people who like try to call him like a fucking white supremacist because of some of his like spats that he's had with people that are like weirdly amenable to like ethno-nationalist politics, even when they claim they don't actually support it. And people are like and then you see like every other fucking hamsick and username moron on Twitter, like trying to call him a white supremacist. And it's like, you have a hamsicle in your name. Do you know how outlandishly fucking racist the CPSU's leadership was throughout its whole existence? Not just the post-Stalin guys, Stalin and Lenin too. And Trotsky. Like holy shit. And people try to bury their heads about it in the sand. It's like, no, please, like, go read some actual like historical texts that aren't just like the USSR's old government claims about stuff. And read it. Don't just immediately knock off anything that isn't from the USSR as being Western propaganda. And please try to tell me that this thing wasn't just being run by a bunch of like ethnic Russian chauvinists who viewed the other members of the USSR as like inferior subordinates to be bossed around because those proletariat did not know what was good for them. Plus, you know, the whole thing after World War II, where despite the enormous amount of Chechens that served in the Red Army and even some being like named a hero of the Soviet Union, Stalin's government made up this lie that like the majority of the Chechen populace were Russian collaborators, because there was also an ongoing like Chechen guerrilla effort against the Soviet government. Even though the Nazis never reached Chechnya, and at one point the Chechen guerrilla leadership did actually like talk with Nazi emissaries, and then immediately like told them to piss off and like never come back, because they were like just as bad as the Soviet government was, at least. Well, worse in reality, but fucking. But like, yeah, the Stalin government made up this big fucking lie that the bulk of the Chechen populace collaborated with the Nazis. The fucking Interior Ministry troops, the NKVD troops, went into Chechnya and Ingushetia and Kalmykia and Crimea and like loaded all of the Chechens, all of the Ingush, all of the Kalmyks, and all of the Crimean Tatars into boxcars, the same like literal fucking like cattle cars, the way that Nazis would like transport people to concentration camps. They loaded all of these people into fucking cattle cars and shipped them over to like Siberia and the like Turkic Central Asian Soviet republics.
Jesus.
And eventually they were allowed to return, but they came back to find that like all of their old homes were like occupied by ethnic Russians who like hated them for coming back. Yeah. And in a lot of cases, those ethnic Russians were forcibly transported from other parts of Russia.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's like, this is a government of the working class, a government that slanders entire ethnicities of people as like collaborators with Nazis, to load them into boxcars and ship them off to like the shittiest parts of the USSR you could possibly live in, and then goes and rounds up other ethnic Russians from other parts of Russia, rounds them up at gunpoint and says, hey, you're gonna go live in this place that we just committed an ethnic cleansing in, for you to live there. Like, that's a fucking government of that is a dictatorship of the proletariat. I mean, yeah, I guess it is a dictatorship of the proletariat. The dictators are not the fucking proletariat. Yeah, the dictators aren't. It's not a dictatorship by the proletariat. It's a dictatorship of a bunch of suit-wearing scumbags, a bunch of racist suit-wearing scumbags, pretending to be proletariats, fucking that aren't actually proles. But it sure is a dictatorship, all right.
Of the oligarchy.
I'm sorry, I have been taking up so much airtime compared to you because I just give such long-winded answers.
I don't give a shit. That's fine. I'm the one. Yeah. I'm the one interviewing you.
Like, that's also why I'm better with these types of things rather than like doing. I don't do debates very often, if like at all. Basically, almost never. I'm not opposed to the idea of doing one. You might have heard me last night about how anytime I go into a stream and there's just like incessant bitching about the debate bro boogeyman, I just get turned off, because it's like, you people are either like tankies or like insufferable dogmatic anarchist LARPers, aren't you? Regardless of what the fucking like ideology being like purported to be held is, when people are like, I like really hate debate, and won't shut the fuck up about debate bros and brag about how they like refuse to debate anybody under any circumstances because it's like beneath them or whatnot. It's like, yeah, you just come off as being like a straight up dogmatist. No thanks.
Well, I was going to say, when it comes to debate, it really depends on the subject too. Like, when it comes to abortion, yeah, you absolutely should fucking debate pro-lifers, in my opinion. But if you're debating conspiracy, that's a whole different story, because you have to really know your shit.
Yeah, you have to really know your shit, and even then, it's like usually fucking pointless, because evidence that evidence that will completely debunk the conspiracy theory when you're in that conspiracy theory mindset, the whole thing revolves around the whole poisoning of the well concept so much that it's like evidence that like totally blows a hole in your ridiculous theory and shows that not only is it unlikely, but it is like straight up bullshit.
Yeah.
That evidence gets twisted to be then evidence of the conspiracy you're pushing.
Yep.
But dude, that's like part of the whole plan.
That's why the Earth is flat, bro.
The flat Earth thing is the one that really gets me. Like, that's how you know that like people who think they're really smart. Well, the whole reason that one exists is pure contrarianism.
Right. Yeah. But like, goddamn, I was watching a debate between Boo Boo Bennett, Poo Poo Bennett, whatever. What's
Who
her
the
name?
fuck is that?
Caitlin Bennett.
Oh yeah.
She was debating abortion with someone, and I guess the person wasn't media trained all that well, but at the same time, Boo Boo Bennett needs to be challenged because she's not fucking good at her job.
Yeah, Caitlin Bennett is like the fakest of fake libertarians, and we all know that like all of the American like capitalist libertarians are fake libertarians. Like, the capitalist libertarian thing is literally a gob of spit in the face of what the term libertarian was conceived to describe.
Also, didn't she meet her husband through conversion therapy? Funny enough.
There is a lot of, I don't know if that's ever been confirmed, but I have seen a lot of rumors that like Caitlin Bennett's husband is a guy that she met at a conversion torture center.
Gotcha.
That she was placed in by her parents, and that and in that speculation, a lot of people speculate that they're like actually both in the closet and act as each other's beards.
Wouldn't surprise me though.
But that wouldn't surprise me if it was the case. I've never really seen hard proof of it. I've never seen any hard proof of it. Not saying that it doesn't exist. I just haven't gone looking.
Probably not worth our time either.
Yeah, it's really not worth my time. Like, Caitlin Bennett is like such a fake fucking libertarian to the point that even like other rightoid capitalist American libertarians will like call her out on how like unprincipled and full of shit she is.
Yeah, she's such
And
a
how,
libertarian
like,
that
everything everything she advocates like flies in the face of even what used to be the mainstream of the Libertarian Party believed, because the mainstream of the American Libertarian Party used to actually be pretty solid on like individual civil rights and stuff like that. Just their support of like free market capitalism then undermined that because they put that first.
Well, she's so libertarian that she wants legislation and legalities over abortion. Seems principled. My fucking asshole.
And outright started like supporting that the like talking about the United States should like become an absolute monarchy run by the Trump family.
Yeah. Was she like?
That's when you like knew that that Trumpism had crossed into some really deranged cult of personality territory. Was when like the diehard Trumpists started unironically posting with relative frequency about how they thought that the Trump family should become the absolute monarch dynasty of the United States. Because like, even like the biggest of fucking George W. Bush stands did not think that the country should just become an absolute monarchy inherited by his offspring.
Yeah.
It was just so fucking disturbing. Of course, now the like Libertarian National Party and the people who control it actually do more closely align with Caitlin Bennett, because I don't know if you paid attention to this at all or heard anything about this. Like last year or so, or like the year before, there was this big fucking like takeover of the Libertarian National Party by the and its national committee by the Mises Caucus of the Libertarian Party. Mm-hmm. Prior to that, it was like, prior to the Mises Caucus getting big, it was like the two main caucuses of LP were fucking the Pragmatic Caucus, which had controlled the party for most of its history.
Right.
And The other one that hadn't controlled it but managed to be pretty influential was Radical LP. And basically it was like the Pragmatic Caucus were like the Gary Johnson and like old like pre-COVID-19 Penn Jillette types. Like you know who Penn Jillette is, right?
No.
The guy from Penn and Teller.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so like Penn and Teller used to be really big in the Libertarian Party politics.
Oh, fucking Penn Jillette
like,
would fucking be. God damn it. Anyway.
Yeah, like big, like him and Teller were both like, they're both Cato. They both used to be Cato Institute fellows. They both used to be Cato Institute fellows, big like free market guys, while also being very like being like the government should just stay the fuck out of like people's personal lives entirely, being like, yeah, gay marriage should be like recognized if the concept of marriage is going to be recognized at all by the government.
But also like super anti-religion the entire time too. Like they were very outspoken atheists. But yeah, so pragmatic. The Pragmatic Caucus was like Gary Johnson, fucking. Like Gary Johnson types, like Penn Jillette prior to the actual fucking like prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, like Penn Jillette voted for fucking Biden in 2020. Good.
He straight up said like COVID-19 made him wake up and realize that the type of rugged individualism and extreme adherence to free market bullshit is not the like solution to societal problems that he thought it was.
Good.
And that like COVID-19 really showed how in American culture, this like extremely individualistic culture in America had just got out of hand. The consequence of this is that we have Penn and Teller's Bullshit, which was a good show. That was a very good show, although I am sad that Penn and Teller never got to do the episode that they wanted to do about themselves. They wanted to do an episode they had always wanted to end that show, but then never got a chance to end the show this way because it just stopped getting renewed. But they had always wanted the last episode to be an episode where they went over the claims they had made in prior episodes of the show and debunk any bullshit that they had actually spread.
Oh, that would have been fucking
And
based.
the reason why I wish they had done that is because Penn and Teller's Bullshit was a pretty fucking good show, but especially in its later seasons is where you really started to see some of the like free market libertarian bullshit and like influence stuff of these guys like start to come out. Like they had an episode that like denied fucking climate change. They had an episode, there was an episode of Penn and Teller's Bullshit where they like engaged in like blatant climate change denialism. There was an episode of Penn and Teller's Bullshit where they said that like where they were basically saying that like smoking bans in restaurants and bars are like a gross overreach by the government, and we're trying to back that up with stuff with like straight up tobacco industry shill studies saying that exposure to secondhand smoke does not cause cancer. Yeah, and that one was so bad that even without doing the episode that they had wanted to do where they examined and called out their own bullshit, like a few years after the show ended, they went out and said like, yeah, that was the episode that we got really wrong.
Yeah.
Like secondhand, like being around secondhand smoke from other smokers, even if you don't smoke, can absolutely make you more likely to get lung cancer.
Yeah. God damn.
And but yeah, anyways, so back to what my original point of bringing up Penn and Teller was. So yeah, it was like the two main caucuses of Libertarian Party in the past were like fucking Pragmatic, and then Radical LP was like the fucking anarcho-capitalist faction of the like blatantly anarcho-capitalist faction of Libertarian Party that were very cultish about like Murray Rothbard. Like the people who thought that like Murray Rothbard was like one of the founding fathers of anarcho-capitalism. And like It was basically like the Austrian school of economics, which was the foundational stuff for anarcho-capitalism, started in like the 19th century, but was mostly laughed at until Murray Rothbard started advocating for it.
Oh, this
Murray
fucking guy looks
Rothbard
goofy
was also
as
the
fuck too.
And he was the guy who came up with the idea of these like hyper-capitalist anarcho-capitalists hijacking the term libertarian from the left.
God damn it.
He was the dude who was like the reason why they hijacked that term libertarian. So the Mises Caucus is this newer caucus to the Libertarian Party that started getting big, and they're definitely more like closer to what Radical LP was than the fucking Pragmatic Caucus was. And the big problem with Mises Caucus has always been loaded with those types of people that are like straight up fake libertarians. Like they have no principles about like the stuff. Basically, it's like the types of libertarians that are like the dudes who are like obviously fucking neo-Nazis and call themselves libertarians and say they're pro free speech, but their idea of free speech is I get to spew Nazi bullshit with no pushback.
Yeah, no consequence.
Then use that to and then use that to gain political power and then persecute my fucking political opponents. Yep. Ruthlessly. Like that's what Mises Caucus is mainly about. And now Mises Caucus controls the fucking National Party and most of the state parties too.
What do you mean?
It's really bad.
What do you mean there should be consequence to the things I say? Like, God damn it. Yeah.
Also, my gross for smoking a cigarette tobacco out of a bong.
Oh, that's cigarette tobacco? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to it.
Yeah. Or actually, I probably will stick some tree in there soon, but yeah, I've been smoking I often smoke cigarette tobacco. That's why people probably get the idea that I'm like a way bigger stoner than I really am because I'm like hitting my bong so frequently on stream. Actually, most of the time that I hit my bong on streams, it's fucking nicotine. And then often I'll like mix nicotine and trees in it too, but I'll mix fucking tobacco and trees in it. But the reason why I do that is because when compared to like sitting here and lighting up a cigarette in my room and smoking the whole thing, one, I can smoke little bits of it at a time, and there's less fucking side stream that then like makes like half the fucking house smell like cigarettes.
Well, it's being filtered through the water too, right?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if it makes you feel better, I smoke hookah. So.
even the stuff that doesn't get sucked through, like after I take a hit, the remaining burning stuff that just side streams off, like it's way less than if I were to just sit here smoking a whole fucking cigarette.
That's fair.
Because like when it's unpacked and in the bowl, it burns out way quicker. And the couple of times that I've tried to actually smoke whole cigarettes in my room, my fucking folks have like bitched at me being like, you're making the whole fucking floor smell like cigarettes.
That's totally fair though.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if it makes you feel better, I smoke from a hookah, like tobacco from a hookah.
I used to like smoking hookah. I haven't done it in a long time because I haven't had a working hookah to do it with.
That's fair. God damn it, I need to put some coals on the stove. Fuck.
Remember my one friend's mom let me have his after he killed himself, but it was like already fucking busted, so I just never used it. Never bothered trying to fix it. I had one before that was just like a real small, cheap one. I left it at some party, picked it up the next day, and there was like something fucking wrong with it, and it wasn't pulling.
Well, that kind of brings me into, well, vaguely into the next subject. Hobbies. What are your hobbies? Like, now that we're not getting deep into politics.
Oh, a lot of things.
Sorry, bathroom one more time.
Oh, yeah, Chainsaw brings up, I get used to watching Justin Freakin'. He's always lighting up with an I ain't high enough for this shit. What the hell has he been up to? I have not tuned into that dude's channel for a really long time. Rockfish says, I can't smoke because my family has a higher chance to develop lung cancer. Also, it smells bad. Ooh, gotcha. Feel that. My grandmother eventually got it. Not really anybody else in my, like, closely related family that smoked did yet. My grandmother didn't even get it until she was really old. But she did have breast cancer when she was younger. I really should quit. Just fuck. Trying to get off nicotine is like... Trying to get off nicotine is some, like, actual psychological torture once you get addicted. If you're addicted to nicotine, trying to quit... If you're not addicted to nicotine, don't start with nicotine. Because if you're addicted to nicotine and you try to quit, it is like, for a lot of people, for most people, it is like it is some serious psychological torture you inflict on yourself trying to get off nicotine. And then there are some people like my grandmother who did end up getting lung cancer when she was a lot older. That's right. I forgot Justin freaking like lost his fucking Twitch account. Why? What the hell happened? I remember it was some like real bullshit reason, right? Was it like DMCA strikes or something?
It's fucking ridiculous too. Like my grandfather smoked since the 1930s. He didn't get lung cancer, but he got cancer in his cheek and ended up dying from it. Gotta love nicotine, man.
Oh, yeah.
Classic WW2 veteran, am I right?
Is it, like, morally bankrupt of me that if I, like, find out that I've got, like, inoperable cancer, I'm, like, not even gonna tell my family and I'm just gonna, like, live with it until one day I'm just gonna like fucking blow my brains out and then finally disclose it in the note? Is that gross?
A little bit, but at the same time, like, no, a little bit.
Yeah, it's like yeah, sorry that I kept this from yins, but like also be thankful that I did this instead of make you watch me suffer. I didn't want to do that.
Yeah, thankfully I didn't put you into medical debt, family.
Yeah, and I have long been a huge advocate of right to die.
Yeah, that too. But also,
one of my things where I am like a very staunch civil libertarian is like, yeah, if people are gonna like advancing all these ridiculous like anti-abortion arguments about like, oh, your right to life, motherfucker, if I have a right to life, give me a fucking right to die.
yeah, that too. My main thing was just like, being in the American healthcare system.
If I get like an inoperable tumor or some other terminal disease and decide to end it on my own terms, and they're like, that shouldn't fucking negate a life insurance policy that was taken out on me prior to the discovery of that condition.
Yeah.
It should be considered legally, which in the states that have like legalized physician-assisted suicide now, like when somebody actually goes that route, what they put on the death certificate is the fucking like medical condition that would have eventually killed them. Like, even though it's like this person went out on their own terms, it's like what really ultimately killed them was what really was ultimately going to kill them was that they had brain cancer. They just decided to, there was like no hope of them having any chance of beating it. They went out on their own fucking terms.
Yeah, that too. I was gonna say,
but
like,
they still say your cause of death wasn't suicide; it was like brain cancer or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so long as it's on their circumstances, and also the debt isn't put on the rest of the family.
Yeah,
especially in the United States, where it'll be like, "Oh, you killed yourself? Well, can you pay for the family member that killed themselves? Thank you." Regardless of what it is, like it's fucked up.
Yeah. Like fucking student loan debt collectors, like kids like snap at college and off themselves, and then like their student loan debt collectors like start harassing their fucking families about it after they're dead and shit. Is it just like chasing the bag? Is this fucking important to you pieces of shit?
Yep. Also, Epic Prawn, thank you for the fucking raid. Thanks for coming in while we're going to have our conversation with B33rbashjawnson. It's been fucking based as goddamn hell.
Yeah.
How'd your stream go?
So you asked me.
Oh, your hobbies.
Yeah, you asked me about hobbies, so I'll actually answer that. But
speaking of unaliving, what are your hobbies?
One of my main hobbies is before this gets like way too dark. One of my main hobbies
Let's make it dark, bro. Let's do it. Kidding.
One of my main hobbies is fucking sim racing.
Mm-hmm.
It's at least the most money. Like, video games in general are like my primary hobby, and of course streaming. This is a hobby. I don't really I can make money from this, but I don't do it as a profession, really.
Mm-hmm.
If I was able to get a big enough viewer base to do it as a profession, cool, but I would still also like keep fucking gig economy jobs, and so that I wouldn't like feel a need to be like completely beholden to chasing the bag exclusively through Twitch. Like a gig economy job or a part-time job. Probably a gig economy job, because I know once you start getting X amount of big, there is like always the chance that somebody's just gonna find out where you work. But
So what got you into sim racing in general? Enjoy that nicotine.
oh, I had always like kind of wanted to do it back when I was like in high school. On Xbox 360, my folks got me Forza 4, and then they got me one of those like shitty Xbox wheels that doesn't have force feedback or anything, but is still like a wheel and pedals, much more enjoyable than a fucking controller. And I was hooked on it then, and then I wasn't that into it for a while, but like I had been into it especially because a friend of mine who's into drifting cars in real life. He like practices drifting for real life on Assetto Corsa. And so I'd always been kind of into it. And then like during the COVID-19 pandemic, you know, like I'm kind of into sports, and like sports completely ground to a fucking halt when COVID-19 first became an issue. One of the first sports to come back was fucking motorsport. Like car racing was some of the various car racing circuits were like the first things to start like actually resuming activity, because, you know, yeah, there's the issue of having like dudes working in close proximity in the pits and whatnot, but like the guys racing the car, it's a little bit easier to do it in a semi-safe manner considering a communicable disease, especially considering the dudes doing the actual racing part are all in their own self-contained vehicles. And even if they're open cockpit vehicles like F1, it's like you exhale out in the open air while you're moving at like 150 miles an hour. So not as much risk of the guys on track breathing each other's air anyway. Pit, that's a bit of a different story, and that's why like in F1 and NASCAR for a while, like everybody in the pit, and then the drivers, if they weren't in their cars, like everybody had to wear masks all the time, at least in F1.
How often do you race against Boy Meets Mini, and how often does he win? No, I'm kidding. Kidding.
I don't know if Boy Meets Mini's been getting on iRacing that much recently, actually. We've never really done that many races together. We've never really done that many races together because I do like a lot of oval racing as well as some road racing. Minnie mostly does road racing. And also Minnie got into iRacing after I did, so there was some like license disparity where we couldn't like Minnie couldn't get into some of the series that I liked racing in yet. But yeah, fucking I had recently taken a long time off iRacing though, because I had kind of like driven insane trying to get my like absolutely abysmal iRating like over 1,000 again. Because now it's like right now my I ratings are like below 500, which is like pathetic. Like or my road and my paved road and paved oval I ratings are both like in like it's like oval's like 492 and road is like 475. That's terrible. Now because I don't do dirt track, I don't do dirt track oval and like dirt track road, like rallycross and off-road trucks and shit. I don't do those as much, so my I ratings in those are a lot higher. But I had a long string of bad fucking performances that just tanked my I ratings so bad, and I drove myself insane trying to bring it back up to a point where I was like, I need to put this down for a while. This isn't healthy.
Are you enjoying the current version of the F1 racing?
I haven't played it. My computer ain't ballsy enough to try to handle that shit.
Yeah, your computer's like 10 plus years old.
Yeah, I built this thing 12 fucking years ago, and most of its parts are original. The one part that actually contributes to the computing power that has been swapped and replaced with like an actual upgrade is the graphics. The original graphics card like catastrophically failed on me one day a while back. It was a fucking AMD. It was a fucking Radeon. It was a Radeon HD 7870, which was a really nice chip back when it came out, but like 1 in every 10 chips would fail after a few years, and that's what happened to me. And but God, for 2012, it was a really nice chip. Like I could play fucking StarCraft 2 in the max settings without losing frames.
Could you play never mind, disregard the question. I forgot the name of the game, but it's like the post-apocalyptic what was it? Great question on my part. I forgot the name. Continuing. Moving on.
Well, it wasn't DayZ, was it?
No. It was shit. It was popular in the late 2000s, early 2010s. And it had a really high graphics
not
compatibility.
Fallout 3, right?
No, not Fallout 3. It started with
are you
a C.
thinking of fucking Crysis?
There we go, Crysis. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Crysis. I never played Crysis. I think the deal with Crysis was it was one of those deals where I think the reason when Crysis came out, it was like Crysis was known for being one of those games that would choke even really fucking high-end computers because of how demanding it was. And then as a result, like its console port was really fucked.
Yeah.
And from what I understand reading about it, the reason why Crysis like that was because basically the how Crysis was designed was it was designed around a prediction that its staff had made that the computer hardware companies would like ever increasingly escalate clock speeds of fucking like CPUs and GPUs and stuff. But that's not what ended up happening. Instead, you'll notice when you compare processors from like fucking 10 or 15 years ago, like chips from 10 or 15 years ago, well, especially CPUs, CPUs from 10 or 15 years ago to CPUs now, the clock speeds actually like aren't too disparate. It's just that instead, like the clock speed started leveling out. Well, instead they just added like increasingly large numbers of processing cores, and then, excuse me,
you're good.
And then also increasingly more like technology that lets the like 8 fucking cores run like 3 or 4 threads of data at once. So because like they thought that clock speeds were going to escalate and that didn't happen, that's why Crysis was like so ridiculously demanding on even high-end shit. Was because they were expecting the like industry to trend one way when it trended the other.
Also, James
Although
said,
it seems like they adjusted to it recently well, because I know the people who made Crysis are the people who make Hunt Showdown, and Hunt Showdown's relatively well optimized.
oh, is it?
Yeah.
Also, James says, I like Atari on my black and white TV. Fucking MLG. Some MLG status. Goddamn. What games are you playing now, by the way?
I have been playing a shitload of Risk of Rain 2 recently, as you've probably noticed. I got back into DayZ again.
Why?
I don't know. Oh, because one of the dudes on a fucking server I'm in that I game with opened up a private server on it, and I was just like, you know what? Fuck it, I'll reinstall it. Play on this guy's private server when like him or other people in that server are on, and then play publics when they're not.
Is it fun, or have they updated it at all? I know it's been a while since it's been out.
Yeah, it's fun. It's gotten some updates and changes since the last time I played it, but it's still basically the same game.
Are you gonna play Rust? Are you gonna play Rust if you want to hate yourself?
Rust too. I used to play Rust too. That game is I really wonder if like what would happen if they actually did some sort of like actual like psych study into Rust players versus like a control group.
How so? I never played Rust.
What is it? Because there is something about Rust where when people hop into public servers on Rust, that like flips the switch that like inner sociopath switch.
Gotcha.
Just for some reason, people in Rust are like, so like DayZ, they're both relatively similar concepts. They're both like survival games where you spawn with like next to no shit and have to try to get shit. You have to try to like get materials to help you survive, gather resources and whatnot, and survive. And eventually you can get like kitted with like guns and whatnot. Just in Rust, it's like you can actually like craft them and shit. Because Rust is much more cartoony than DayZ is. But yeah, so in DayZ, the map is fucking huge. So even when you're in like a server a public server that has like the max player population in it, you will still like often have a chance of, there is still a high likelihood that you'll play for like several hours and not run into another soul, even if the server's full. Because the server's huge, it's decently spaced out. In Rust, it'll be like, some of the bigger Rust servers will have player caps of like 300 people, and the map like is not very big for how huge the player cap is. And so like in DayZ, this happens like rarely, occasionally, sometimes it happens. And in DayZ, at least you have clothes and like a bandage and one piece of food to eat. Hey, Epic Prawn's in my chat too. What's up?
Epic Prawn, never heard of him.
In Rust,
our based fucking Drega Society. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In Rust, you spawn on the beach of the map that you're playing on.
Excuse me.
You spawn on the beach of the beach of this map that you're playing, that the server's running, naked with a rock and a torch.
Yeah.
Like, and there's next to nothing that like players can gain from you other than maybe like taking your bones to make knives or like shitty bone armor out of, or like maybe the fat for some reason. Human meat is edible, but it also dehydrates the shit out of you in Rust. Less severe of a consequence for eating human meat than DayZ has. In DayZ, you eat human meat, you get fucking prion disease, and your character will be heard before seen by other players, because when your character has prion disease from eating human meat, your character just incessantly laughs like a fucking maniac, and then it's really difficult to shoot because your hands are shaking violently. And the only cure for it is to kill yourself or get killed.
Optimal solution, I guess.
Yeah, it's terminal, but yeah. So in Rust, it's like people who have like managed to survive and are like fully fucking equipped with like nice gear and guns and shit will go to the like beaches where the brand new players are spawning naked with a rock and a torch, and just go around and kill them for literally no reason other than their own enjoyment and to be trolls. And half the time they won't even kill you. Like if somebody gets wind that you are streaming, if somebody gets a vibe that you're streaming, yeah, they'll like fucking stream snipe you. They will like stream snipe you, and then in Rust, you have to like, in public servers, you have to turn off voice and text chat because people are just constantly being like outlandishly fucking racist in it and stuff.
Classic.
And then if somebody gets a vibe that you're streaming and they know that you have that shit turned off because you're streaming, what they'll do is in Rust, when you like get killed, it's like before you die, you get knocked down and somebody can like help you up if they want, and you'll be up, but you'll have like next to no health. So what I've had happen to me once is some dude, he killed, like knocked me down, came over, took my rock and my torch off of me and replaced it with a note, and then picked me back up. And then the note just had the fucking N-word written on it.
God damn it.
Yeah, it's literally like something about Rust on public servers just like drives people to be the most like, to be like really toxic to a level that makes like League of Legends and Overwatch players look normal. God. Like even your average like toxic person on League of Legends or Overwatch would see like the toxicity of Rust and be like, what the fuck?
Make fucking Overwatch feel normal? What the
yeah. Well, even worse than COD lobbies, Chainsaw.
Oh, what? Okay.
Yeah.
What's the N-word for days? God damn. I took people's carcass
ammo. Like in COD lobbies, it's people just yelling that shit. Whereas in Rust, it's like even if somebody gets a vibe that you are streaming, they will like generally if anybody's streaming Rust, they on a public server, they have that shit turned off and everybody knows it. So yeah, people will just like leave notes with racial slurs on you and then after knocking you down and then help you back up, hoping that you'll read them and have their message on your screen so that they can then report you in bad faith.
Now, for the N-word discourse, did you read it out loud? I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember I looked up and I'm like, oh, I should have known it was going to say that. Instantly, like, switched my cam to my full face and I'm just like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, this dude's an actual... Haven't there been some really weird and creative ways that Epic Prawn says, haven't there been some really weird and creative ways that people get out of Bandit Brewery? Like, didn't one guy bust out a guitar to avoid getting killed and looted by a ganking group? I think in Rust that does happen. Another game where that happens is the game Scum, because in the game Scum, you can actually, like, play the instruments.
Scum. Never heard of Scum.
Scum is like, it's much more like DayZ than it is like Rust, but and that when it comes to like how toxic public servers are, it's like in the middle. Of all of the like open world survival games I've played, it's like DayZ is the one where I run into a stranger, it is least likely that they're just gonna murder me. There's still a significant likelihood, but there's also a significant likelihood that they're actually gonna want to like help me out with something and be a nice guy, or they're just gonna be like, all right, I'm just gonna mind my own business. And oh, he got on VoIP and played his real guitar to convince people not to murder him. Oh, that's badass.
Sorry, grabbing coals for my hookah real quick.
That's fine. I am also going to... I was wondering what you were huffing on. I thought it was just a vape with a huge tube. I'm going to go grab some water real quick, chatters. I'll be right back.
Folks, it's been 2.5 hours that we've been conversing with Beer Bash Johnson, fucking base leftist, good hobbies, enjoyer of video games, so fucking cool. Do me a favor, if you haven't already, go subscribe or follow Beer Bash Johnson, who's fucking based, our fellow leftist Beer Bash Johnson.
Skibberty.
See, there we are. Beer Bash Johnson is cool as fuck. Friend of the stream, also friend. Just in general, as far as I'm concerned, I don't give a shit. Friend, as far as I'm concerned.
Now I've got a question for you. Would you say that Skibbity Toilet is a form of absurdist art?
I love Skibbity Toilet. I fucking love it. I don't know what it is.
I love it too.
The music is so good. Sorry,
it's just catchy. It's a fucking brainworm. It's a fucking brainworm also. So you've been smoking hookah this whole time? I thought that was like a vape just with like an absurdly long drip tip on it or something.
No, it's just hookah. But dude, Skibbity Toilet, I've been watching Skibbity Toilet so much and the music is so fucking catchy. I love it.
It's a shame that it's like a remix of some shitty Timbaland song.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but also people have been making episodic stuff of Skibbity Toilet. And it's so fucking. It's not that good
By
for the
people,
episodic
do you
stuff.
mean the actual? By people, do you mean like the dude who made the actual Skibbity Toilet series, how it's like an episodic format?
Oh, the original dude actually did something with that? I actually didn't know.
What do you mean? Yeah, there's 57 Skibbity Toilets now, and there's actually like a narrative between them.
That I wasn't aware of.
Have you only ever, of the like stuff of the actual Skibbity Toilet stuff, have you only ever seen the original one where it's like camera goes into a bathroom and there's just this toilet that sings the song and then attacks you?
Pretty much,
and
yeah.
it's like 10 seconds. Yeah,
but there's also like the television person, which I know it's a reference to Fooly Cooley. But like the television person who's a female and one of the camera guys is in love with that person and can never get a hug from her.
Oh yeah. But yeah, like if you just go to Da Fuck Boom's YouTube channel, like if you go to his playlist, there's just a playlist of the entire series of Skibbity Toilet. There's 57 chapters to it.
I don't understand the hate for Skibbity Toilet. I fucking love it. I think it's so good.
I've seen some people being like, "Oh God, what is this It's funny when people were like, it's especially when it's like the types of people who like back in like 2011 were like, hey, this Gmod shit posting is such patrician level memes, and now like Gmod shit posting actually has mainstream popularity. Mm-hmm. Like after it had kind of like it had been in obscurity for like almost 20 fucking years. It had always been like a niche form of shit posting. Now it gets mainstream popularity and they're all just like, hey, look at this like Gen Alpha bullshit.
Well, also like I don't know if you're around for it, but like E-Bombs World, Albino Black Sheep, that
oh yeah,
Newgrounds, all that shit. I
never really watched E-Bombs World that much, but when I was a kid, before like YouTube was as big as it's now, I hung out on fucking Albino Black Sheep and Newgrounds a lot, and that's probably partially why I'm so brain poisoned, because there was a lot of shit I was watching on Newgrounds that I really should not have been fucking watching and playing. Not just porn either.
True. James says 20 years is like a few months for a hillbilly. God damn, that's how I feel with E-Bombs World in general. Albino Black Sheep. Fucking.
Can we get a moment of silence for the Newgrounds mature section?
I'm not religious, but I'll pray for them. God damn.
Boy, the Newgrounds mature section. Some of my first experiences with pornography.
What was your overall experience with Newgrounds, other than pornography? But
weird. I don't know. Like, I've heard a lot of people in like nowadays talking about how Newgrounds was still is, and like almost more so now than it used to be, but even back in its prime was like kind of loaded with neo-Nazis and shit that were just like good at hiding their power level. I don't know. I never really stumbled into that part of Newgrounds that much, thank God. I mainly went to the main reason actually why I discovered Newgrounds was because I played the fucking Alien Hominid on GameCube.
Oh, gotcha. God, I forgot how popular that was.
Great fucking game, by the way. Holy shit, I love Alien Hominid.
I never played it.
Oh, it's so fucking fun. And yeah, that like Alien Hominid brought Newgrounds into some like mainstream popularity for a bit, because like it originated as some Flash game that Tom Fulp made for Newgrounds, the fucking Newgrounds founder. It was like Tom Fulp and Dan Paladin were like, it was like Tom Fulp did the programming and Dan did the art. Yeah.
Sorry, just the name Paladin. I'm such a Paladin player in D&D. It's ironic.
Yeah, I know. I always thought that was a funny name. Yeah, like, have you ever played Castle Crashers?
Yes.
Yeah, as you could probably guess by its art and by its art and style, it was from the same fucking people.
Oh yeah, big time.
And like Alien Hominid's relatively Epic Prawn says, see, I think a lot of spaces are going to have their Nazi corner. Yeah, you're correct about that. Newgrounds is a great corner of the internet. They seem to keep their fashion check. Yeah, Newgrounds gave us great. So an Alien Hominid was originally just a Flash game on Newgrounds, and it like got some viral attention that enabled Tom Fulp and Dan Paladin to like work with some actual. They were able to start an actual anything that's developed by the Behemoth. The Behemoth is the studio that Dan Paladin. The Behemoth is the Behemoth is the studio that Dan Paladin and Tom Fulp started in order to like port fucking Alien Hominid to consoles.
Yeah, I was introduced to fucking Egoraptor and Oni NG through Newgrounds. I don't know if you ever watched their animations.
I don't know if I really did. One series of Newgrounds animations I remember watching was Madness.
No, I'm not familiar.
The original one was called Madness Combat, and often people like apply that title to the whole series, but it was like Madness Combat, Madness Redeemer. It was one of those. It was often grouped in with the like gore, like stick figure gore animation stuff. Like,
yeah.
However, like Madness, it wasn't stick figures. The figures were composed of like simple geometric shapes, but weren't stick figures. It was like weird little like gray blob men that just had like a simple cross for a face.
Yeah, just to show my viewers.
But yeah, Madness was one of those like stick figure anime, like. You know how there was that niche of like people who would make animations that were just like really outrageous sequences of stick figures or other simply drawn characters just killing the fuck out of each other?
Yeah.
That's what Madness was.
I remember doing that in middle school.
I don't really remember McDiddy's.
I still remember in middle school doing the whole fucking like sticky notes and making animation out of that and doing stick figures killing each other. God damn.
Yeah.
2002 was stupid.
Yeah, and I remember on Albino Black Sheep, I remember the one thing I watched on Albino Black Sheep that was like in that whole like stick figure warfare / murder like niche was Albino Black Sheep, or no, this wasn't even on Albino Black Sheep. This was on fucking Stick Page, which was one of those. That was like an aggregator site that got shit from like Albino Black Sheep and Newgrounds and other websites that involved stick figures and compiled them. And then in that was also Madness, even though the Madness characters weren't fucking stick figures. But I remember there was one like weird little like short series that I really liked.
Joe Romby?
It was called like Taigukiga.
Not familiar.
It was called like Taigukiga, and it was this like stick figure series that was like set in the 2030s, depicting some like really hideous war between the United States and China.
Also,
and other than the fact that the characters were stick figures, it had like the cinematography of like Hollywood war movies.
Also, Epic Prawn says,
like
why
it was really well done. Oh, you the man now. You're
the man now, dog.
Yeah.
You're the man now, dog. That website is apparently still very popular, though.
That website still gets a lot of users, but yeah, it fell off really fucking hard. And oh, you've seen BoJack Horseman, right?
Yeah, unfortunately. No, I like
Judah?
Judah?
That like really hairy guy that was like Princess Carolyn's right-hand man when she was running.
Oh, Judah, like the very stoic character,
extremely stoic and professional dude who was almost like a human robot.
Yeah,
like he would always be like, this is this. Is there anything else I can do for you, Princess Carolyn? But yeah, so do you know what his full name was?
No.
His full name was Judah Manow Dog. Yeah, they actually threw in a reference to "You're the Man Now, Dog" in the
You're the man now,
BoJack
dog.
Horseman.
You're the man now, dog. You goddamn.
Yeah, Prawn says the site still exists, but it's like full of fascioids, or at least it was the last time I would. That does not. A lot of the old internet meme spaces, like like internet spaces from the early days of meme culture, are loaded with fucking neo-Nazis.
You remember Boom Goes the Dynamite?
That's one. Kinda.
The guy.
I think that's one reason why. I think that is one reason why people get sus of Newgrounds sometimes, though, is because like Newgrounds is one of those like ancient fucking websites in like meme culture. And a lot of those like leftover old meme culture websites are like loaded with fascists now. But yeah, you're the man now, dog. It does not surprise me that that's loaded with Epic Process. It was their strategy. They entrenched. Ugh.
Yeah. I can't say it. Well, I could, but I'm not going to say that I was not subjected to that type of shit when I was younger.
Hey, at least Goatsy doesn't exist anymore.
Goatsy? I'm not familiar with that.
Oh, that was like one of the earliest shock sites. And so you know how the term goatee refers to like a meme image of some like naked man bending over and like pulling his asshole open several inches wide with his hands?
No, but continue.
So yeah, it was basically goatee spelled goat S-E.
Gotcha.
Like the letter E.
Uh-huh.
Basically, it was this website called goatsy.cx, and .cx is the top level country code domain for Christmas Island, that like one weird external territory of Australia, which despite its name, most of its populations are Muslims and Buddhists who do not celebrate Christmas.
God, man, I'm just thinking about like back early 2000s fucking, what was it?
But yeah,
lemonparty.com, where people would be like, have you seen this website?
the name of the website was goatsy.cx, and it was supposed to be pronounced like goat sex. And it was the shock website, and the image on the homepage when you went to that website was the image I was talking about with the dude pulling his asshole open. And so the name of the GIF was like hello.jpg or something like that. But like people just call that image Goatsy because of its association with the website. Reason why I brought up Goatsy is because the reason why Goatsy stopped existing, and it was one of those like shock websites that just had like gore of all sorts, really weird shit, like people participating in deranged sexual activity, like fucking jar insertion and stuff like that.
God, fuck. I'm sorry. Gross me out.
It was just some vile website. The reason why it no longer exists is because like the local government of Christmas Island basically like forced the people who ran the site to stop using their fucking country code domain as its domain.
God damn. I never knew about Goatsy. I still don't want to know.
Yeah, I never went to Goatsy. From what I understand, Goatsy was like some really vile shit.
No,
as were all of those old shock sites like fucking Ogrish.
God damn.
I think Ogrish ended up evolving in the Live Leak eventually. And basically, Ogrish was like Live Leak, but like even more filled with straight up murder videos.
Yeah, I still remember stuff like rotten.com. Where
that sounds familiar, but I don't remember that one as well.
If I may ask, you don't have to answer it. How young are you?
I'm 28.
I did not think you were 28 because I'm also 32. So, but
what did you think I was in my 30s?
I did. My bad. But fucking no.
A lot of people do. I've always been one of those older looking types. Like I was that dude who was 17 years old and like a couple of stores in town I could go to them and buy cigarettes for my friends at them.
Hell yeah. No, back in my day, fucking we had, what was it? Meatspin.com, Lemon Party, and fucking Rotten.com, where people would be basically they were exposed to a human-sized microwave. Fucked up. Anyway.
That's vile. I remember, this is kind of a weird confession to make, but I remember in my like later, like when I was like 19, 20 for a period, occasionally I'd go on Best Gore out of morbid curiosity. That place was bad.
Oh, dude, I went to.
Oh, and then one thing that made sorry to interrupt, but one thing that made Best Gore even fucking worse was not only that it was a gore site. Well, let's be real. This is kind of a feature of all those old fucking gore sites that most of them don't exist anymore. Have you ever noticed that there's a serious overlap between like the active communities on gore sites and neo-fascism?
No, because I never saw that, but also I never tried to see that. But keep going.
Yeah, you never spend enough time browsing the like worst corners of the internet to like get exposed to that shit enough.
The only time I did was r/watch people die before it got nuked.
Oh fuck. Yeah, that was the gateway into a lot of people that like I feel like that was a gateway for a lot of people that started looking at those like more twisted parts of the internet involving gore posting. Like fucking oh god, fucking but yeah, Best Gore. I remember I like occasionally used to look at Best Gore because I was a sick fuck with a morbid curiosity, and I would make up this like stupid rationalization for it. Like I did do this to like I look at this shit to remind myself that like, you know, my life isn't that bad and I could be like living in this like horrible fucking place where like people are like casually being like murdered and left on the side of the road in fucking pieces like in this picture. But really, no, it's like, no, that's not why anybody goes and looks at that shit. People can be well aware of that fact without sitting there browsing gore websites, just staring at like horrible fucking shit. It was, I will admit, no, it was absolutely just pure morbid curiosity. Some like weird fucked up dark side that like everybody has a small piece of, but it doesn't always but often don't tap into for very good reason.
I was also, go ahead.
But yeah, anyways, about the neo-fash thing on gore posting sites. Yeah, I have firsthand witnessed how like the people who are actually like active users and posters and commenters on gore sites like Best Gore and the YNC and Documenting Reality and other really fucked up websites like that, almost all of them are fucking neo-Nazis. Like, I remember on Best Gore, there was this one post. I went to the dude who seemed to be the guy who posted over half of the shit that was on the website. I went to that dude's page, like user page, where it would link you to all the stuff he posted. And the dude was like the dude had like so many posts of things of like gore images from World War II and the aftermath of it that were literally labeled like hashtag hollow hoax.
Oh no.
And I'm just like literally, dude, like this dude's gore posting would get into some like really fucked up neo-Nazi shit, like gore posting like concentration camp photos of like piles of corpses at liberated concentration camps and trying to like claim that like the Soviet Union was actually doing all this whole scale massacre of people and then blamed it on the Germans in order to like advance Jew Bolshevism on the planet.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And that was really the wake up call that I'm like, why am I perusing this website?
Epic Prawn says it's funny, or Meat Spin wasn't that bad. True. Me being in 6th grade, it's fucking weird.
Yeah, it was weird, but it's like there's a huge difference between Meat Spin and like watching somebody get beheaded by Mexican drug cartel psychos.
Okay, so I was gonna ask you, what's the most fucked up video that you've seen? Because what I was gonna say, the most fucked up video I saw was like a Mexican cop who got beheaded and his son watched. Fainted a few times, then got his heart ripped out while he was alive, which
I've seen snippets of that. I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about. That was up there.
Sorry, content warning, people.
Yeah. Oh, I saw some pretty fucking disturbing shit on the internet as a like younger teenager. Like
Oh, Pain Olympics was it was
several
fake.
beheadings, but yeah, Pain Olympics is pretty fucked up, but at least that was fake. It was this one I did not just like go stumble upon while having one of my weird twisted like, yeah, I'm gonna go peruse really fucked up parts of the internet sessions. This was one that a friend of mine showed me because he stumbled upon it and thought it would be like really funny to like make me and my friend watch this during a sleepover. Do you remember Two Guys, One Hammer?
I never watched it because I actively avoided it.
Good. Good. That, of all of the like horrible shit I've seen on the internet, beheading videos, other like idiot, like other like fucking weird, deranged, like militias executing, like militias or cartels like killing people videos, industrial accident videos, which I have stumbled upon many of during my times on the internet. The like multiple videos that my one friend would literally just send me on Facebook out of the blue with absolutely no solicitation whatsoever of like guys in favelas in Brazil like emptying a handgun magazine into the guy that like molested their fucking sister. Of all that shit, none of it reached the like level of sheer like animalistic depravity that Two Guys One Hammer was. Like my friend showed me, and me and my friends were sitting there. Me and my other friend were just sitting there watching this, just like,
God damn.
Yeah, literally just. And you can find those guys at Wikipedia too. They were like, that was just one of like 20 something fucking murders they committed in Dnipro, Ukraine back in the mid 2000s.
God damn.
It was these two serial killers that were like pretty young too. They were like 19 or 20 when they got busted. And yeah, it was these two serial killers that at the time before they changed the name of the city to like both simplify it and like eliminate some of the like communist ties to the name, because it was the like tanky government that gave the city the name Dnipropetrovsk.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the dudes were known as the Dnipropetrovsk maniacs. I guess nowadays people will probably just call them the Dnipro maniacs, but the Wikipedia still calls them the Dnipropetrovsk maniacs, even though the name of the city has since been shortened to just Dnipro. And but yeah, those dudes literally like did similar shit that they did in that video to like 20 fucking people around Dnipro before they got busted.
Fuck. Yeah.
And it was some fucking depraved shit. It was literally like opens up, there's a dude filming and some dude holding like a plastic bag with a hammer inside of it, holding it like by the hammer or the handle with a plastic bag wrapped around it. And then there's a guy in the ground with like a motor scooter knocked over. Yeah, it was like actual serial killer tapes. Like they literally this dude is on the ground. They literally just beat his fucking skull in with the hammer and then just like tortured him for 15 minutes while he was like still barely alive, even though there was like not even really anything left of his face. And me and my friend were just sitting there like, dude, why the fuck are you showing us this? And this is when we were like 14 or 15 years old too.
Yeah, I'm glad I never looked it up.
Yeah.
I heard about it, never had interest.
Good on you to like never actually watch that.
Like, I've seen some fucked up shit, but goddamn, no.
Yeah, like after you've seen that, that's when it's like videos that are just simply somebody like taking a bullet to the head or like, yeah, that's pretty bad, but I'm not particularly like, when you're so desensitized, particularly like disturbed by this. I have become desensitized now. Yeah, true. It is also a historic reference thing. Like we don't often we don't really use the name Iran to refer to historic Persia. Although I actually think we should, for the reason that the name Iran has been used by the groups that lived in the region for quite literally, like that name goes all the way back to the fucking Achaemenids and shit.
Oh god. Man, I thought I saw enough fucked up stuff. Also, hey chat, don't look up this shit, please. Okay, cool. I don't want TOS.
Do not look up any of this shit. Yeah. And thankfully, a lot of the websites that would like host this kind of shit are gone now. Like, Best Gore is gone. It basically, because it became like, in some countries, like, the dudes that ran these websites would like face legal charges for disseminating this kind of disturbing bullshit. And it was like, running these fucking websites, you know, costs money. And then because of their deranged content, there were like ever decreasing like sources of revenue. Like, literally the only people that would ever be like willing to advertise in those kinds of websites are people that are like selling like the most like deranged kinds of pornography, to the point that it's like you wonder if this is just an act or if it's like actually like some really evil shit that the people involved in the production of it should all be killed.
Well, there was that video that was going in Facebook, content warning people, like the fucking kitten that was stepped on. Sorry, I can't even say it, but like the kitten that was stepped on.
I've seen a variety. That's the other thing, is Facebook acts like it's so. I've seen shit that I would have run into on like Best Gore or something like that floating around on Facebook so many times, and it like doesn't get removed. It just has like fucking sensitive content warnings on it. Like this one friend of mine, he every now and then in the past, he used to send me. I am very glad that he stopped doing this. He used to send me, just like out of the fucking blue, like videos of POV shot cell phone camera videos of like fucking shootings and shit.
Yep.
And I'm just like, dude, where the actual fuck are you finding? Like, not just linking the stuff to me, like stuff that he found on Facebook and was able to just send the straight up video through Messenger because it was on Facebook. And I'm just like, where the actual fuck are you finding this, dude? And he's like, dude, it's just like, back when I was in like 7th and 8th grade, I just liked a shitload of meme pages. Like, so many that I don't even know what most of them are.
Good meme.
And then over time, like, the memes like stopped being memes and just started being gore. And I mean to like unfollow these pages.
Weird. It's a weird feeling.
Exactly, Prawn. And Prawn, that is exactly part of the reason why I would sometimes go digging for this shit when I was younger, because I was like a stupid teenager, or at the latest like 19 or 20, and just had this like morbid curiosity. And it was like trying to find like something where it's like some like ridiculous story my grandparents told me and like insisted was true, and I don't fucking believe them. Like that kind of like morbid curiosity.
Well, I was gonna say I had that morbid curiosity when I was younger too, but when I started learning about, for instance, the Battle of Okinawa in World War II, where the Japanese would be like, "Here's a grenade. If the Americans get too close, you know what to do," and I'm just like, "God damn, dude, this is so fucked up."
And what, just like pictures of jibs of Japanese soldier?
Oh God. Okay, sorry. I have to be very careful when I say this. I know where the term Z-head came from because of the Battle of Okinawa. Where people would lie down in front of a tank, and I'm just like, oh my fucking God. I cannot anymore. I almost said it out loud, but I'm like, oh God, TOS.
Oh yeah, that's right, that ethnic slur.
Yeah, it came from the Battle of Okinawa in World War II, because the Japanese were just like, you know what to do. Here's a tank. Don't let the Americans capture you. Thank you.
Yeah, here's a tank and here's an explosive. Go like arm this thing and lay down under it. You're gonna get crushed by the fucking treads, but that doesn't matter because you're also gonna get jibbed by the explosives.
Oh my God, the wheels under a tank for the Japanese army, it looked like a zipper.
That movie that Clint Eastwood made, yeah, Clint Eastwood's a huge fucking chud, but did you ever see Letters from Iwo Jima? Like, a lot of that was based on like actual like there wasn't very much eyewitness account of the Japanese perspective of Iwo Jima because they all killed themselves, but a lot of it was taken from like the general's letters, like fucking Kurabashi's letters and shit, or Kurabayashi's letters and shit like that. And yeah, it was like the commanders were going around telling Japanese soldiers, like, you are not allowed to die until you have killed at least 10 of those fucking guys.
Well, also, like, the Battle of Iwo Jima, too. Sorry, just to go on this, but the amount of soldiers, it was 40 years after the war ended. They had no idea that the war ended, and they were still fighting the entire time. Fucking God.
Oh, yeah, that wasn't just Iwo Jima. Yeah, the Japanese holdouts, like those dudes that were, like, guys who were, like, airmen and their planes crashed on, like, weird remote islands and shit, and so they, like, had no idea that the war was over, and they had been so indoctrinated into the Japanese imperial cult that they
kept fighting.
That they like sat there in American like authority, like American authorities or whoever in these parts of the Pacific that the Japanese had like taken over during the war and then been forced out of. They would like be around these islands like, dude, come on, the war's over, and this guy'd be like, no, you're all fucking lying to me. You're not fucking taking me. Yeah. The last one surrendered sometime in the fucking late 70s or some shit like that.
Yeah, that was in the Philippines, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like somewhere in the Philippines, or yeah, it was like in a whole bunch of different like weird, like sparsely populated and remote Pacific islands that the holdouts were on.
Prawn says there's a specific kind of bad content that a friend of mine in high school did not believe existed and thought was a scare campaign. I went out of my way to demonstrate it exists. I wish I hadn't. God.
Oh, God.
Sorry, dude.
There's this whole generation of us who are just like permanently scarred by really deranged shit on the internet. And yeah, speaking of like weird, like boomer minded, like Gen Xers and millennials complaining about the like viral popularity of Skibbity Toilet, it's like, dude, I would way rather like kids be watching Skibbity Toilet than like watching like all the like hideous fucking actual murder and shit that I've seen on the internet.
I already said this. I fucking love Skibbity Toilet. The music is so fucking good. Like, it's so underrated. And then they also made episodic shit on that. It's so fucking good, honestly.
Yeah, it obviously was originally just supposed to be like a fucking shit post, but then it's like this actual narrative where like the Skibbity Toilets take over the world, and then these camera people are like mounting a resistance against them, and they get joined by the speaker people, and then eventually the TV people. And like the TV people are the least numerous of the different hardware heads, but they're also the like few numbers of TV people are like the most powerful people. Like, they have power equivalent to the titans of the other people.
Like, if Skibbity Toilet is Gen Alpha, man, I have hope for Gen Alpha for sure. The amount of shit that we watched as millennials, like, seriously, it was probably on the spectrum of...
Yeah, it's like, what would you rather these kids be watching on the internet? Gore? Rather be having them watch like fucking Jihadi John cutting people's heads off?
Oh yeah, especially in 2003. God damn, the amount of videos that circulated in 2003.
Oh God. Yeah, that was when I was a little young, but I saw a bunch of those beheading videos like several years after the fact.
I wish I was young. I wish I was young to see those.
Prawn says it's actually kind of cathartic to have the stuff talked about. It's one of those I'm not. Yeah, if you are somebody who has been like, who had your brain fucked with by like exposing yourself to like really hideous shit on the internet out of some sort of like twisted morbid curiosity, or it almost being like the forbidden fruit, you're not alone.
Honestly, the morbid curiosity shit really reaffirmed why I'm a fucking leftist and why we need to have better systems so that people don't...
Yes.
So people aren't fucking desperate to survive. Granted, some people are just fucked up, don't get me wrong, but at the same time...
Yes.
Like, this could be significantly alleviated.
And that's the thing that's extra insidious, like Prawn was saying about earlier about the gore content. About all the fucking gore content was like on these gore sites, they were all run by like these neo-fascists and shit. And if you actually like made accounts, and I never did any of this, just like from being like able to see what was written, if you were like one of the like sad sacks of shit who like made accounts and started like interacting with the fucking people on these websites, it was like they would get you really desensitized to this horrible shit and then like try to use it to convert you into like their weird Nazi shit.
Has anyone ever read the comic Saga? Oh god, yeah, Saga is so fucking good. The TV heads remind me of Prince Robot. Yeah, Saga is so fucking good.
What thing?
There's a comic called Saga that was done by Image Comics, and it's really fucking good, and doesn't desensitize you to this fucking bullshit.
One comic that I have heard where it's like TV / film adaptation is its screen adaptation is honestly better than the comic because the comic went way too far with really fucked up shit is The Boys.
I don't know if it went too far, but yeah, go ahead.
One of my friends was telling me that like The Boys TV show drives the fucking points of the story home. At least in my one friend's opinion, they were telling me The Boys TV series actually drives the fucking like the point of The Boys home better than the comics, than its source material.
Yeah,
because at least in their opinion, the source material just like got so outlandishly fucked up that it like defeated the point that Garth Ennis was trying to make with it.
Yeah, the show is way better than the comic, in my opinion.
Yeah. And yeah, I've heard that one of the reasons why is because the show tones down some of the shit with like extreme sexual violence and stuff like that the comics like really didn't need to have but did.
Yeah, the comics were interesting.
Yeah, my one friend was telling me that like it's a fucking Garth Ennis comic. So you can expect it to be odd because Garth Ennis is a very strange dude. But like The Boys really gives you some introspective into like the outrageously fucked up shit going on in Garth Ennis's head.
Mm-hmm.
The thing by Garth Ennis I do really want to read that I've heard is actually amazing and better than its TV adaptation is Preacher.
Preacher's fucking good.
I've heard Preacher's really good. And I remember when the Preacher TV adaptation was out, I didn't follow it, but I caught an episode or two of it at my friend's house because my friend was into it, and the TV show was decent. I don't know. How long did the TV show last? It was only around for like a couple of seasons, wasn't it?
Not long. I don't remember how long.
Yeah, but I've heard Preacher's fucking amazing. Yeah, you were talking about Image Comics with their series Saga. Yeah, I've heard Image has a lot of good comics. When it comes to comics, I'd like to get more into comics, but I don't want to get into the DC and Marvel cape shit. I am not into the mainstream DC and Marvel cape shit. Call me a fucking hipster. I don't care. It doesn't appeal to me that much. Although, when it comes to the mainstream cape shit, I feel like, no worries. When it comes to the fucking mainstream cape shit, there's some of it that appeals to me more than others. Like shit like Luke Cage and Black Panther those are Marvel characters, but that stuff was definitely like cooler than your typical mainstream Superman Batman cape shit. Although some of those storylines got pretty cool too. Even mainstream cape shit comics have some cool stuff, just I don't want to go out of my way to buy issues and read them the same way I want to do with some of the other like slightly lesser known publishers, the like mini majors like Image, Dark Horse. Especially what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, Dark Horse. Dark Horse is one that especially has
I don't know, man. I fucking love DC Comics.
yeah, I think I definitely like DC stuff more than Marvel stuff. Some Marvel stuff's okay too, but I'm just not that as much into that stuff. Fucking when it comes to comics, I actually want to get into. There's definitely a few Dark Horse series I want to get into. Like I have wanted to download one of those comic archive reader programs because I know there is that like comic archive file format that exists for that purpose now. And you can get a lot of older Dark Horse comics in that format for free, but without just like giving your computer viruses and shit. But yeah, one older Dark Horse comic I've really wanted to read is The Mask.
Not familiar with The Mask, but
you ever seen the movie?
Oh yeah, with Jim Carrey.
Yeah. It was The Mask is definitely one of the most obscure comics that got like a major Hollywood adaptation to the point, and it was successful to the point that like most people who have seen that movie probably are completely unaware that it's based on some niche fucking Dark Horse Comics limited series.
Well, but Hellboy too, with Ron Perlman at the time.
Hellboy. So, yeah, that's right. Hellboy's a Dark Horse thing, isn't it?
I mean, with Ron Perlman,
I've wanted to read
amazing.
Hellboy for a long time because I loved the fucking Hellboy movie. Yeah,
which one?
The original, the one with Ron Perlman, the first
in 2005.
One. Yeah, and then that one's sequel was actually okay too.
It was very. The sequel was very. That was very okay.
What did you think it sucked? I don't know. I saw it when I was young. I've definitely seen worse superhero movie sequels like Batman.
No, there were worse,
Robin.
but the sequel was very like. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. It was just like it
was mid as fuck.
Yeah, it was super mid.
Yeah, just at least considering that it was a sequel to how great Hellboy was, at least it wasn't terrible.
It's better than the one with Harbor.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. They did those they did those. Then they did those like Hellboy remakes that had like a different guy instead of Ron Perlman. And I remember looking at the different guy and I was like, I don't know. I feel like Ron Perlman portrayed that character too well, and now this should never be made into movies again.
Well, it sucks because what was it? David Harbour? Yeah, David Harbour. He was actually really good. He was really good, but the movie just sucked.
Was really good as the Hellboy too, but it was a good portrayal, but the whole thing was just
the movie
shit.
Was tragic. It was so fucking bad. Because David Harbour is also the same guy who played in Stranger Things. He was the cop. Which
alcoholic police chief who police chief who kind of like learns how to stop being an alcoholic asshole.
Yeah. David Harbour's a really good actor.
It's like they introduced that dude and you really want to hate the dude. Well, it's easy for me to hate him because he's a cop, but also he's this like mean drunk asshole who is a cop but just like really seems to do a shit job at it too.
Yep.
But then it actually like starts making you feel sorry for him because it's like, oh, he's this like wreck of a person outside of just being a dirty pig cop. He's also just this like wreck of a person because his kid died and then him and his wife. Oh, that sucks.
He was really good as Hellboy, but just the movie
Harbour?
Fucking sucked. Yeah, it was David Harbour.
Okay, yeah, you know what? I could actually see that dude being a good Hellboy.
Also, David Harbour is in the new Gran Turismo movie.
Oh, yeah, he is.
My girlfriend loves Gran Turismo, the video game, and I'm just like, God damn it. God damn it, because I don't care about Gran Turismo.
Not sure. I'm sure that movie takes like so many creative liberties, but that isn't even like a fucking like some sort of trying to like turn a racing simulator into like some movie with like a fantasy story that's actually based on a real contest.
Dude. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you when you said that, but it's basically everything you just fucking said. The movie is basically, oh, you're one of the top players of Gran Turismo? We're gonna have you in a fucking race. And she wants to watch that shit. I love my girlfriend to death,
and that's
but I'm
the
just
wild
like, God
thing
damn
is
it.
it's actually based in reality too. Like a while back, there was this fucking sim racing event where it was like, all right, yeah, we're gonna have like either one race on Gran Turismo, or it was like a short series of races, but it was like the top players in the world, and the dude that like performed the best in this event would basically get his ride paid to transition into racing cars for real for Nismo's factory teams in the various series they race in.
Great, Beer Bash. We just watched the fucking movie.
But well, the thing is that based on like watching the trailer, I can tell that the movie takes like so many fucking creative liberties with what actually happened in order to like make it an entertaining story to tell on screen to some degree. But I'm gonna look up what the dudes. I know it's like large. It's based on it. There is a specific dude who still does have something of a career racing real cars. He's not like a huge star or anything, but yeah, this movie is based on like this dude who is like a real race car driver who got into real racing as a result of being really good at Gran Turismo.
Do you know who plays the coach in this movie?
Yeah, you said it's David Harbour, right? He's like the head of the whole thing.
My bad. I forgot I spoiled that.
and I remember seeing him in the ads too, being like, "This isn't in the game. You missed the line in the game, you reset. You missed the line in real life, you could die."
Yep.
Yeah. It tells the true story of that's right. It's fucking Jan Mardenborough, this kid. He's relatively similar age to us. He was born in 1991. He's 31. Gonna be 32 soon. And basically the movie Gran Turismo is it's like specifically like inspired by Jan Mardenborough's story. And Jan Mardenborough, the thing he competed in was it was called GT Academy, or like Nissan PlayStation GT Academy. And it was a television program that was funded by Nissan and Sony from 2008 to 2016, and it provided top level, like the most elite Gran Turismo players with opportunities to earn a real life professional racing career under Nismo, the Nissan Motorsports division.
Oh man, must have been nice not to deal with the G forces.
And yeah, it was like, and yeah, they were like, I'm reading about the actual show now. It was like, so I guess phase 1 was qualification. They had the fucking gamers in the territories to participate in the fucking competition over the game. Phase 2 identified the gamers that had real life racing potential and determined the top selection of gamers of competitors who would progress to the next phase. And in addition to the on-site Gran Turismo 6 time trials, competitors were also tested on real driving in Nissan vehicles, as well as like a personality test. Oh God, corpo bullshit. And regular assessments of physical fitness, vision, and general health. Yeah, that's one thing where NASCAR's like old stereotype isn't true anymore. The old stereotype of NASCAR is that it's like a bunch of fat drunk rednecks that drive. Even nowadays in NASCAR, that's like not very true anymore. Most of those dudes, you look at them, are like pretty fucking fit. And then when you get into like European sports car and fucking like sports car racing, Formula One, that shit, it's like Formula One drivers are a weird case because those dudes look like they are like thin as a rail, but they are actually inhumanly strong and could probably kick your ass without really trying very hard. Even if you think even for the average Joe Jerkoff who might think they're tough. Like,
I'm a Joe Jerkoff. I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding. Like Formula One cars don't even have fucking power steering.
Wait,
you
really?
know how? Yeah, Formula One cars do not have any steering assistance at all. There is no power assistance for steering. You are using raw manual fucking steering like it is like 1955 still. That is the one thing that is still very old school about Formula One cars.
Goddamn, dude, not my first car was no power steering.
Nice.
I'm Formula One. I could do it. Yeah, never mind. No, I can't.
Yeah, and based on from what I understand, it's like the reason why most cars have power steering is because over time tires became like thicker, and you know, the wider the tires are, the more, and the bigger the tires are, the more difficult, the more resistance you have turning the wheels and shit. So eventually it became kind of necessary. Yeah, you might have seen how huge Formula One tires are.
Fucking
on the
massive.
Even on the front end, and then on the rear end they're like really huge. Yeah, you have to turn those bastards at very high speed with no power steering. And of course, a car that's designed to not have power steering is way easier to steer than a car that has power steering, where the power steering shits the fucking bed on you.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still like, those dudes do like the most like outrageously sadistic fucking strength training in their off time, especially because they can corner those things at 5 lateral G's. They like constantly do like neck weightlifting.
Fuck.
And like all the drivers talk about how like in like Drive to Survive and shit, they talk about how neck day makes them want to go like cyberbully senior citizens on the internet, but they have to do it.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that cigarette.
Cyberbullying,
yeah, bro.
Cyberbullying senior citizens on the internet.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, that was a good neck crack. But yeah,
both sides too. Fuck. I heard that from here.
I never played Gran Turismo games because I was an Xbox kid, or I was an Xbox teenager, and so until I got my gaming computer, so I had Forza 4 instead of GT5 during that like Xbox 360 PS3 era.
Wait, you're an Xbox gamer? What's your favorite Halo game?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not really sure. And I also I beat the Halo 3 single player campaign, but I also played Reach and 4. I never really played the single player on them at all. I exclusively played them for multiplayer. When it comes to multiplayer gameplay, I'm actually like not really sure. Halo 4 might have been my favorite, but it's a hard one because I did think they were all at least pretty fun, but I wasn't nearly as into Halo as it was like I was into Halo multiplayer when I first got my 360. It was like a while after the fact, too. Like 360 had been around for a while. I was like 14. Halo 3 had been out for like a couple of years, but was still popular because Reach hadn't come out yet. And I managed to get like one of the best like Xbox bundle deals that has ever existed. It was so you know how most Xbox 360 bundle deals were like the Xbox 360 Pro with like Kung Fu Panda or some trash bundled with it.
Yeah.
I saved up $400 instead of the like 350 or 300 or whatever it was for like an Xbox 360 Pro and whatever bundle it had. I saved up, my store was getting copies when I went to, after I saved up like $400 something, I went and I saved up $400 something because I really wanted to buy an Xbox 360 Elite rather than a Pro or an arcade. Because one, the black case just had that aesthetic, and the black controller, I just thought that aesthetic was cooler than the white one. But also because it had like a slightly bigger drive on it and other shit like that. So yeah, when I went in to go get it, they had an Xbox 360 Elite that was bundled with Halo 3 and Fable 2. For like the 360 Elite with like 2 of the best games in its library bundled with it for $400 was something of a steal.
Did you ever use
that was like the
Xbox
best steal?
Connect?
No.
Well, you don't want to be Han Solo.
I never had it. I remember when it came out and I kind of wanted it, but I lost interest quickly. But yeah, it was like I got my 360 in like spring of 2009. I was into Halo until like fall of. I was like into Halo. Like until like Modern Warfare 2 came out, and then I was into that for a bit. And then I got into the shooter of all the multiplayer shooter games I played on fucking Xbox 360. My favorite was Bad Company 2.
Never played it.
Bad Company 2 is still my favorite Battlefield game. I haven't liked any of the titles since that one came out as much as I liked that one.
Oh, it was Battlefield?
Yeah, Battlefield Bad Company 2.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, Battlefield Bad Company 2 is still like the best Battlefield game, if you ask me. And the Bad Company games, I heard that the first one was fun, but the first one wasn't nearly as memorable as the second one. Especially because the second one had like really awesome multiplayer. But the campaigns in the Bad Company games were hilarious. Because I don't know if you maybe remember the commercials. I remember seeing the commercials for the first one, and I never played the first one, but I played the second one. You basically played in this like unit of dudes that was like the dumbass unit. Like your crew of guys were like these like idiot redneck morons who survived outrageous situations through trepidation and sheer luck.
So modern U.S. military. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, it was in Bad Company 2. It was like some scenario where like Russia just decided to go on a world domination hell binge and started trying to take over the rest of the world, and it's the U.S. fighting them. And Battlefield Bad Company 2 had a really good Vietnam War expansion.
So what video games do you play now?
Recently,
how was Pikmin 4?
Pikmin 4 has been really fun. I haven't finished it yet. I want to, but just where is it? I got this Pro controller less than a year ago, and the stick drift on the left stick is already bad enough that I am like putting down Switch games until I either get a new controller or fix this.
Get the GameCube controller. There we go. Problem solved.
Yeah. I've been meaning to fucking take the screws out of the thing and try to actually clean the potentiometers that the sticks are attached to, because I know sometimes that can help with stick drifting issues developing, as if and I've like shit in my room can get dusty when I haven't used it in a while. And even if I am like, I had also dropped it several times, so I don't know what the hell is hopefully just like a good clean of the internals will get that controller like working properly again. I hope I don't have to get another fucking new one.
Hope not. Get the Breath of the Wild one, which still sucks. Wait, here we go.
I don't know if this is supposed to be a Breath of the Wild or a Tears of the Kingdom one, but it is a fucking branded Legend of Zelda one. My lighting kind of sucks for trying to show it off to the camera, but
I don't know, because the Breath of the Wild one is super gold. So it looks legit.
Yeah, it is like some Legend of Zelda branded one, and it's obviously supposed to be like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom era, but it doesn't have the name of either of those games specifically written on it.
Did you beat Breath of the Kingdom?
I have not beaten Tears of the Kingdom yet either, and that's why I should get my... Yeah, I did not beat Tears of the Kingdom.
It is so much grinding off stream. God damn.
That's one reason why I haven't beat Tears of the Kingdom, is because I was like, I want to play, like, do all my playing on this on stream. It's also the same. Yeah, basically I have like 3 fucking Switch games that I need to beat that are actually going to require some effort, like significant amount of play still to do so. Xenoblade 3, since I've had since like last summer, just my Switch I hadn't had my Switch set up properly for streaming, and then I finally did months later, and then that's when I finally took the plastic off of the game. Yeah, I still am like not even real like close to halfway through Xenoblade 3. I'm pretty sure I am barely into fucking Tears of the Kingdom at all. And then I am a bit into Pikmin 4, but not that far into it.
Well, I was going to say with Tears of the Kingdom, god damn, dude. Like, I grinded so much and I was so burnt out. But Boy Meets Minnie, if you're still here, dude, I almost cried like a bitch at the ending. It's so cinematically well done. It's not hard. It's just cinematically well done. You've
had Dragon Quest 11 for years and you haven't finished it, Prawn. Feels... Yeah, I've had Final Fantasy 15 for fucking years, and I played up to the last battle. But then at the part where you can do the last battle, I was like, I want to go do some random side quests before I do the last battle, and then I just never finished it. Final Fantasy 15 is also a really fucking good game if you haven't played it.
I've heard very mixed things about it. I heard 16's pretty good.
I don't even think 16 exists yet. It's just been previewed. Or did it come out?
It came out.
When?
A month ago, I think.
Really? Damn.
I heard it was really good. But also it goes into like pseudo racism.
Weird. Japan games. But yeah, Final Fantasy 15 was a really fucking awesome game. I think a lot of the people who bitch about Final Fantasy 15 are like weirdo longtime Final Fantasy fans who like cry and bitch about every Final Fantasy game that isn't like a straight up recycle of their favorite old title like 7 or 10.
What about 8?
I've heard that 8 is one of the more polarizing entries in that series. I've heard 8 is a weird one. It's like either people love it or they think it really, really fucking sucks.
I fucking love 8, even though it's not good.
Yeah, and I've heard it's quite frequent that the people who love Final Fantasy 8 acknowledge that it's like kind of fucked as a game, but it is like still funny.
Well, here I am.
Enjoyable, at least. 8 was your intro into the series. Yeah, when I was a kid, I didn't have PlayStation and I didn't have older Nintendo consoles. So my only intro to the Final Fantasy series was intro to the Final Fantasy series was that spin-off on GameCube, Crystal Chronicles, which was a fun game, but just incredibly very mechanically different from the mainline franchise. And then I didn't really have much experience with any of the Final Fantasy games other than that at all until I was a bit older, and I started when I was like 12 or 13, I started emulating NES for fun, and I downloaded some of the old like the fucking I got like the first 2 Final Fantasies on EMU and fucking started and played those on emulator.
Is there a Final Fantasy that you really love?
The only 3 that I've played are the spin-off, Crystal Chronicles, Final Fantasy 15, and Final Fantasy 4. And by Final Fantasy, it's really good. Just I have heard that the Game Boy Advance remaster and some of the other later like remakes of Final Fantasy 4 are like a bit more accessible in the modern day if you've never played them. When I was like in my early 20s, I had the old Super NES from my grandparents' house sitting in my room for years, but its controllers were shot. And then one day I decided to go out and get new controllers and start collecting games for the thing. So I have a copy of an original SNES copy of Final Fantasy IV,
Hell yeah.
which the original SNES copies of Final Fantasy IV are actually labeled as Final Fantasy II because Final Fantasy II and 3 were not released in the United States.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 3 was Final Fantasy 6.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the American Final Fantasy 3 was Final Fantasy 6. That was also a SNES one. But yeah, I have the original SNES press of Final Fantasy 4, and that one was really fucking good actually. I never beat it, but I got pretty far in its story. However, the problem with the original SNES press of Final Fantasy 14, or I mean Final Fantasy 4, whether you get like an actual fucking copy of it to play on a real SNES or you emulate it, is it can be like really confusing and hard to figure out about shit. I had to Google a couple of things to like figure out where I was supposed to like do something to advance the story a couple of times. And I was sitting there doing that, and I'm like, I'm really glad I wasn't like playing this when this came out and this wasn't possible. Since, you know, it came out in the early 90s before you could just Google solutions to shit you were stuck on in role-playing games.
Sorry, my bad. Give me 1 second.
No worries.
What games are you playing now?
A bit of DayZ, some DayZ, a lot of fucking Risk of Rain 2, occasionally like PlanetSide and stuff. I haven't touched PlanetSide in a bit, but I still have it. PlanetSide 2 in a bit. I still have it installed, so I might try it again sometime in the near future. Just got back into iRacing the other day, and now my account's expired. But once I have the money to blow on reactivating it, I'm gonna do that.
How was your tabletop simulator with Boy Meets Minnie?
That was fun. I'd like to. Me and Minnie would actually be very interested in like finding streamers to like join in playing that. It was yeah, what we were doing on Tabletop Simulator is it's workshop content for an out of print board game called Heat Pedal to the Metal that's made by that Euro game company Days of Wonder. But unfortunately they don't print it anymore and physical copies are really expensive now. Thankfully, somebody put it on fucking Tabletop Simulator. So that was awesome. Yeah, we played that, and that was actually really fun, and I'd very much like it to play it with other streamers since you know, like Tabletop Simulator doesn't like have AI for you to play against.
Have you ever played Sons of the Forest?
No, I have not. Oh. Who were you saying that you've been playing that with? Was that Minnie?
Minnie wanted to play it with me, and we might do so. It's up to
Prawn is in my chat asking, do y'all doing it? I do some Pathfinder from time to time. There is a session that I am GMing with myself, and then I GM it, and the players are my girlfriend and a few of the guys from a few of the guys from the Monday night first edition D&D campaign I play in. And plus like one dude who left that campaign but was still down to play in this campaign. Basically, he got like annoyed with some decision that the fucking DM made in the Monday night campaign. I don't know. I wish he hadn't left, and I hope he comes back at some point, but I'm not counting on it. But
so, how is your D&D campaigns like? What got you into D&D?
I had wanted to get into it since I was a kid, but never really had the chance. I forgot about it for a while, and then I was 18, working at this pizza shop. It's holiday season coming up, so the college students going out of town, And so my boss is like, hey, for any of you who don't play with us yet, if any of you are interested in playing some D&D over holiday season, let me know. And I'm like, fuck it, I'll try. And yeah, and then I found out we weren't playing like 3rd edition D&D like I bought the handbook for and never used when I was a kid. We were playing old school AD&D 1st edition.
No.
Hey, we enjoy it. We still play it. Because Roll20 fucking supports that rule set. The like online role playing like platform Roll20 supports the AD&D 1st edition play set. So then after we hadn't because like all of us had like moved away eventually, this long running campaign that I had joined in like 2 years into it running, because my old boss is like an older dude who used to play AD&D a lot back when he was younger. Yeah, he basically a bunch of us that had played with him like moved away, and for a period of time it was like occasionally we could get people together and then get one guy to call in over the internet and we would like play, and then we eventually all moved to different places, including myself. Then we finally decided, you know what, hey, let's just like figure out how to digitize all of our shit. Let's just fucking like copy all of our shit into Roll20 and start playing again. We managed to get Gopper, the fucking boss, the old boss who's like in his mid 50s, and yeah, we managed to teach him how to use Roll20, and he figured out how to use it as the GM and whatnot. And we've been continuing the campaign. I joined this campaign like almost 10 years ago. It was like fucking like Christmas time of 2013 that I joined them. And then they started playing it back in like 2010 or 2011. So
nice.
Yeah, now all of our characters are just like outlandishly fucking powerful. Like, in fact, we created a second squad of characters for the purpose of being able to. My old boss won't write his own modules. He doesn't really like doing that because it can be a pain in the ass and is very labor intensive. He prefers just like, he's a really good DM. But he's a really good DM, actually. Just he goes exclusively with playing like already written modules. And I do really want to play Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh, there we go.
That does sound really fun, but Baldur's Gate 3 sounds great, but yeah, so yeah, we created a new squad of characters so that we would simply like have more shit to do, because there was like, we were running out of like written modules to do with our characters that are like all between like fucking 16th and 21st level now.
Mm-hmm.
Which in a level like 15, 16, 17 level character in like Pathfinder or 5th edition or 3.5 is already pretty ballsy. And if AD&D 1st edition, like a fucking like a 16th level cleric or a 16th level paladin, and especially like a 16th level paladin in AD&D 1st edition, if you were to take that character and convert it to fucking modern rules, you'd need like epic level handbook. But yeah, I do love me some tabletop role playing too. And was it you, Prawn, that were mentioning earlier how talking to Minnie about wanting to play? Yeah, you were saying you were talking to Minnie about wanting to play Cyberpunk tabletop. God, I would love to play Cyberpunk tabletop. I have a bunch of material for Cyberpunk tabletop on my computer, and I've never used it because the crew I was gonna play with just couldn't get scheduling together. Partially because I was lazy. Gross. I'm kidding. It's actually pretty palatable for how cheap it is. But give me one moment.
Yeah, do your thing.
I gotta grab more. Me and my girlfriend don't live that far away from a reservation, so we go there to like buy bulk cigarettes. And I am going to go grab a pack out of the stash.
Do your thing. Friends, if you haven't already, go follow Beer Bash Johnson. Fucking base as fuck. Fellow leftist. Also has good points on video games and fucking tabletop games. Oh fuck! God damn, that was fast.
Yeah, because it was just right over there.
Can I have some? No, kidding.
Sure.
God. He is also a Mayan.
Here's a quick random question just for funniest. Have you ever heard of the musical project called Chipmunks on 16 Speed?
No.
It's hilarious. It's just so you know how the Chipmunks was the result of the like how that was created was it was this dude would like record like his voice singing like in his normal deep ass voice but like very slowly and then would like speed it up really high so it would be really like squirrely and high pitched
Right.
over like regular speed instrumentals.
Fucking
So
Alvin. God damn.
somebody did kind of the opposite of that for this project called Chipmunks on 16 Speed. They took various popular songs and just slowed down the whole fucking track until it was like a whole octave lower than what it was like originally recorded at.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the result is it literally sounds like I remember my one friend, I found out to it because my one friend sent it to me and they said, yo, this is like vaporwave for people who do heroin. And then I listened to it and I'm just like, oh, wow, you are absolutely spot on. And like in the original like fucking upload of it, somebody unfortunately the original channel got like deleted for some reason, like the person nuked their channel, but thankfully some hero has re-uploaded it. In the comment section of the re-upload, someone's like quoted from the comment section on the original channel before it was on the original upload before it got deleted. This sounds like carbon monoxide poisoning. And it's literally just like, it's these like upbeat, like popular songs, like slowed down to the point where they just sound like this really like sludgy, like doomer music, like being sung by people who are like extremely addicted to heroin, almost like if like Lane Staley was like fucking doing it or something, except with like an even deeper voice. Like the song Walk
is the opening track.
Or Walk Like an Egyptian was the second track. Call Me was the fucking first track on Sludgefest.
Call me, beat me if you want to reach me. Sorry.
And I don't know. I've never heard the original source song for that, and don't know who does it, but it's literally just this like call me on the line. And I'm just listening to this and I'm like, and literally the only thing that is in my head is just like, actually not even like people shooting up, literally even more heroin like imagery, but not even heroin imagery. Literally, instead of like people shooting up, the image that it immediately conjured up was people sitting, is not even like people sitting around in like an American like junkie house like shooting up, people in like some opium den. The image that was conjured up by this music is people like sitting around in some opium den in China, like passing around pipes, smoking like raw opium latex.
So are we talking like On the Line from Blondie?
I think that might be the fucking song, yeah.
Oh.
I think that might be the source song.
Like that one.
I'm not sure if it's the source song because I've never heard the source song, but yeah, Walk Like an Egyptian by the Bangles one, and it's literally just, instead of being like this like upbeat shit, it's just like, it's like Those foreign pipes with the hookah pipes saying, way yo, way yo. It's almost like it's like even more like the sound of like being high on opioids than the song Voodoo by fucking Godsmack. And let's be real, that song also gives off like serious like I am shooting up vibes. I'm not the one who's so far away when I feel the snake bite into my veins. Never did I wanna be here again, and I don't remember why I came. I'm not that big of a Godsmack fan, but I will admit that's like a really good fucking song.
Where do you? I don't know how much you do singing, but what's your vocal range, if you know?
I don't even really know it. But it's not very high, and it's also not super fucking bassy either.
Oh, so you're a baritone.
Maybe.
Baritone. Yeah, I can see that.
But there's also like dudes that are described as having like a baritone vocal range who definitely have a higher range than I do. Just it's like, or it's like they have a wider range than I do. Like, you know, fucking Howard Jones, the dude who was the vocalist for Kill Switch Engage back when they made like My Curse and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I can't like. It's weird because like it is like very difficult for me to like sing like that. The real adversity, there is rain. I also can't sing quiet either. I like because I don't really know that much proper singing technique, and it's like if I try to sing quiet, just the airflow like isn't there. So for me to act, if I'm actually going to like try to sing, I have to like belt it.
The trick is to hit between your soft and hard palate. Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry. Being like, ah, like the between the soft and the hard palate. So you have to really aim for that really distinct area over there.
What I'm better at is harsh vocals, and even then, I'm not that good at harsh vocals.
Harsh vocals like metal or
yeah.
Okay.
And then there's also hardcore harsh vocals, which are definitely way easier than metal harsh vocals. Although there's also a good bit of crossover. Because a lot of times hardcore harsh vocals is just kind of shouting.
Yeah, metal harsh vocals shouldn't be that hard, but people fuck up their voice because they always go from the throat, so they always do like the ah, and it really fucks up your voice big time.
Yeah, and I can't do fucking high metal harsh vocals. I can like only do death growls and mid-range shit. If I try to go high, it just disappears.
I was gonna say I know a lot about music, so if you ever need help, let me know.
Yeah. I've thought about maybe trying to get vocal training, but that shit's expensive.
It can be, yeah.
Any like musical training worth the spending the fucking money on is usually pricey as shit.
Yeah, I plan to go on talking about counterpoint. I don't know if you're familiar with counterpoint, but I plan to go over that this Friday, where it's like you have two melodies, but you combine them to make harmonies. Yeah. Going over that this
where
Friday.
it's like I did Suzuki method classical guitars, so I'm decently familiar with a lot of like with some musical theory stuff like that. And yeah, like I'm especially a big sucker for like technical death metal bands where it's like they don't really have like rhythm and lead. They don't have like rhythm and lead. Instead, like there's two guitars that do counterpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Like, have you ever heard Obscura?
Mm-mm.
They're a tech death band where it's very frequently like the fucking guitar, bass, like the two guitars and the bass are all doing counterpoint over each other.
Sounds about right.
And yeah, that shit can get really fucking wild. You've heard of Opeth, right?
I've heard.
I don't know how into metal you are. Yeah, because Opeth is one of the bigger names in metal. Opeth does some fucking cool shit.
I know.
I don't like their new shit as much.
I was gonna say I'm very much in the minority, but my favorite band is Disturbed, and I know I get a lot of shit for that.
I don't mind Disturbed. Disturbed is like, so they're in that like groove metal like subgenre that kind of came about as a result of Pantera like adopting their like super redneck aesthetic and shit.
Oh, new metal,
And
yeah.
not even, I wouldn't even call it new metal. I'd call it groove metal.
Okay.
Some people call it new metal. New metal, new metal is a thing that, at least from my understanding of like applying labels to different subgenres, the new metal is stuff that's more influenced by rap music. Like
Uh,
Limp Bizkit is like definitely a new. I've definitely seen Disturbed grouped in
gotcha.
with new metal too, but
Yeah, yeah.
not they're not quite as much of a new metal band as say like Korn, fucking Slipknot, uh,
I don't know. I
really
consider them in the same genre.
yeah, when it comes to like fucking, when it comes to like really rap influenced new metal, obviously Limp Bizkit is like the epitome of that shit.
Linkin Park too.
Oh yeah, Linkin Park also. But yeah, fucking yeah, I know often this is just going off of like what I've read from like other like idiot music critics who apply way too many stupid genre labels to like different like niches of music. But yeah, like and it's often kind of the aesthetic too. Like, while a lot of rednecks like new metal, a lot of the like bands that I more so like associate with the term new metal don't have quite as much of the redneck aesthetic as say like Pantera and Five Finger Death Punch did. And like Pantera was like the originator of that groove metal wave. And then it's like, and Disturbed is usually grouped with them because they're kind of a similar vibe, but they're not just like a knockoff Pantera band like most of the.
True.
I do enjoy me some Disturbed. I've seen them live. They put on a good show. I just don't listen to their music in my spare time that much.
My problem with Disturbed, as much as I love that fucking band, how pro
Are they
Israel,
chuds?
pro Zion.
Oh, they're super Zionist.
Yeah, super. Because David Draymond was raised in Israel and he was raised to be a classical vocalist, but super Zionist. I'm just like, God damn it, dude! Of all the things, man. But he's also right wing libertarian too, which it's a super shame.
That's especially the deal with like a lot of that like groove metal circle, like bands that were very heavily inspired by Pantera tend to lean like super far to the right. Like oh, so I guess apparently Pantera is active again since since like fucking like since both of the Abbott brothers are dead. Like that enabled like that fucking Nazi Phil Anselmo and his shitbag friend Rex Brown, who played bass, to like reactivate the name Pantera since the two other guys that prevented them from using the trademark died. And so yeah, that makes me not even want to go like listen to fucking Pantera, like old Pantera on YouTube, which I never really was that big of a fan of that stuff anyway. I liked it a bit when I was a kid, and then when I got older, I got more into like death metal and shit, and I got more into like death metal and some types of metalcore and stuff. And oh, speaking of like metal subgenre nerds, you want to know what kind of people really piss me off?
Hold on.
Wait,
hold on. No, I can't guess it. Go for it.
Those kinds of like long-haired, like really like long-haired battle jacket with tons of patches wearing like death metal and thrash metal people who like who will like react with disgust to anything that has like core attached to it. Like, for example, dudes that like develop this like really deranged hatred for Carnifex and like will get mad at you if you call it death metal or Suicide Silence.
Black metal.
Like, hey, even if it's not quite as purist as some of the weird shit from the fucking 1988 that you listen to, like it's definitely death metal adjacent, even though like I kind of get it, like being disdained, like having some disdain with how like bands like Suicide Silence and Whitechapel like sold out really heavy to like mall goth hot topic kids that are like mall goth hot topic kids that are often viewed as being like really obnoxious and shit, but which is often like a very unjustified like stereotype, except for I have noticed that the like bands that went really hard on like catering to kids who shop at Hot Topic, their musical quality really like went to shit over the years, like Suicide Silence.
Yep.
Oh, and especially nowadays, the Hot Top, like, especially like over time, the Hot Topic kid stereotype became a little bit more like justifiable because Hot Topic would maybe sell like maybe a couple like actual like really heavy death metal bands like fucking like the Black Dahlia Murder and shit. Like they would sell some cool bands, but they also like it was mainly the store that like really cringe scene kids who like worshiped the guys in Blood on the Dance Floor and stuff like that. Which I'm really glad that faded quickly because that dude was like so obviously a fucking child molester. Like, yo, my name's Davi Vanity. Somebody has a stage name like that, I am going to assume that they are a sexual predator. Like, there are certain types of like very extravagant stage personas where I like instantly assume where it's like, yo, the amount of like, oh, the way that you present your like public persona gives me serious vibes that you're a sexual predator, dude. Even if you haven't done anything like outwardly creepy, it's just like, yeah, you seem like the type of guy who will like try to get like 14-year-olds to be his groupies.
Ew.
And that's exactly what Davi Vanity was.
Well, all right, my friend. I'm sorry. I gotta close out because I'm getting super fucking tired.
No worries.
But, friends, if you haven't already followed Beer Bash Johnson, fucking base as hell. If you haven't heard from this 4-hour fucking conversation.
That was a great conversation. I'm sorry that on multiple occasions I dragged it off into like very deranged topics considering what the original question was asked. I can understand if people that had not been familiar with me might think I'm a bit of a freak considering that long diatribe about the gore posting stuff and about like the gore site experience.
No, I don't mind that. I actually think people can probably relate to that shit too because I was able to.
Some people can. It's like some people can relate to it and some people are gonna be like, bro. And the people who will be like, bro, I'm not gonna like retort to that. It's just like, no, you're very right to react that way to somebody saying, yeah, I used to go to these really deranged parts of the internet. That is a very understandable reaction. I myself, like, because I guess the last thing relating to that is that I meant to say a while ago is it's like, yeah, I very remember that feeling when you like start seeing that shit. It's like, it's this feeling that you've crossed over. Mm-hmm. Like you're no longer the same person that you once were prior to witnessing this.
True.
Yeah.
Well, there was one.
Hey, at least it isn't as much of the feeling as that is what probably comes about if you like actually kill somebody or something like that.
True. I remember watching one with someone who was trying to change electrical lines in India. It didn't end well. Yeah, you got it, my friend.
The industrial accident ones are almost worse than the straight up murder.
Yeah.
Depending on what the murder was.
Yeah.
Like, it's I will admit that it's a little bit less fucked up to, like, see a video. I found it a little bit less fucked up to see somebody, like, getting shot in a video than it was to watch somebody get sucked into a piece of machinery.
Well, my friends, if you haven't already followed or subscribed to Beer Bash Johnson, you're missing out because they are based as fuck.
Thank you, Jet.
Go over some good fucking content, even if it is soap operas.
And hey, the soap operas themselves might be just like weird trash meant to like really bad melodramatic trash, but hey, it gives us stuff to laugh at. And honestly,
True.
as much as I laugh at it, at the end of the day, I'm not even trying to like hate on the people that are involved in producing this, because it's like the people that are involved in producing this stuff generally are actually like sometimes they will appear in other stuff, and they're generally like half decent actors. Like one of the current Bold and Beautiful stars is this lady named Jacqueline McInnes Wood, who took some time off from the show a while back to be in Final Destination 5. And
Really?
Yeah. And her performance in Final Destination 5 was actually very well received. Like, in a lot of cases, the people who act in soap operas can act. It's just like the acting seems really bad because they have to churn out so many episodes of that shit that they don't really have time to actually make it. They're frequently filming this shit without even having time to rehearse it like at all, and are having it fed on to them on prompters.
That's fair.
Like, yeah. And there's like sitcoms where they feed people lines on fucking cue cards and shit. And honestly, I'd rather watch a bad soap opera for laughs than some of the garbage shit that they try to tell us as a sitcom these days.
Or American
Especially
politics.
on fucking CBS. Yeah. Yeah, and American politics too, but yeah, thanks for inviting me on to talk. I'm looking forward to doing this again soon. And if you're down
I
to
was
game on
just about to
something-
say, let's do this again soon. Sorry, this is a fault on me. Where I just get
no
super
worries.
tired.
And if you're about to game on something, or if you're down to game on something anytime soon that we both have, let me know. Yeah, I've been meaning to talk with Minnie and like other people and try to get together another session on fucking Heat Pedal to the Metal on what's that skibbity toilet called? Tabletop Simulator. Because that was actually a fun game and I'd very much like to play it, but it's Tabletop Simulator. I can't play it against AI. That shit doesn't have AI to play against.
Do you have Sons of the Forest?
No, I do not, but I've heard some good things and I'm open to checking it out. Just right now, I shouldn't be buying video games.
It's well, when you can buy video games, it's still in beta, and I will play that with you.
Cool.
All right, my friend.
And yeah, I also play Daisy and some other random
Oh, yeah.
shit. I forget if I got anything that's free to play right now, but
I was gonna say, shill yourself real quick.
Yep, my name is B33rbashjawnson. It is spelled with 3s instead of E's in the Beer Bash, and John is spelled Jawn. Other than that, it's all one word. That's a little excessively complicated, I'm aware, and I've been thinking about actually chopping off the Johnson and just having it be Beer Bash TV. Like, still going by the full name, of course, but just to make the Twitch handle easier for people to remember. But yeah. You can find me on Twitch at BeerBashJohnson. You can find me on Twitter with the same handle, and Blue Sky, and Mastodon. It's BeerBashJohnson at Mastodon. It's at BeerBashJohnson at Mastodon.social.
And Threads.
Find me under BeerBashJohnson on Instagram. I do not use Threads. Threads just kind of came off as being... Threads just kind of came. When it was becoming apparent that like the bulk of people using Threads were just like brand accounts and like weird corpo brained idiots. Excuse me. Basically, when I saw the amount of like corpo branding bullshit that was on Threads, where how it was like most of the content was like brand accounts, I was just like, yeah. I am not about to like use a thing that is basically Instagram turned into Twitter. That sounds terrible.
Fair. Well, my friend, I want to do this sooner than later. I'll let you know when I'm not being me. But thanks for coming on, my friend.
Of course. I am always glad to participate in directionless conversations about this, that, and the other ridiculous thing that pops into our heads with people.
Oh, we'll make that happen again soon. I'll make it more directionless than today. Today I was just like, I'm interviewing, but also next time.
We should hold a debate panel about Skibbity Toilet.
Let's fucking do it. I'll get into fucking music theory on this shit too.
and don't be surprised if I end up getting murdered by my girlfriend midstream if once that happens. But God, my girlfriend hates Skibbity Toilet so much. She's
I fucking love it. I don't know why. I fucking do.
Anytime I break out into the song randomly, she looks at me just like, I swear to fucking God, dude.
I'll go back with my apartment.
I guess before I got exposed to it, like one of her coworkers who's like in his 40s or something got exposed to it and wouldn't stop singing it at work, and she was like, I gotta deal with it all fucking day at work. I'm sick of coming home and having to deal with it at home. No more fucking Skibbity.
Skibbity blah blah bing bing. Yeah. All right, my friend. I will talk to you sooner than later. Skibbity dum dum.
Skibbity dum dum dum. Yes, yes. Skibbity dum dum neat neat.
God.
I love how the one that sang in that specific tone actually was it was Skibbity Toilet 18. It's this like big Chad looking camo one with like a very scary looking like I am going to fucking kill you face with no pupils. And it just like slides into the scene and crushes like a large cameraman and also like 4 other Skibbity toilets. It's just like Skibbity dum dum dum, yes yes Skibbity dum dum, and then Camera Titan just stomps on him. Like mid fucking line.
God damn it! I have a lot of lore to catch up on. I just like the song.
Yeah, there's compilations on YouTube that are just like all. If you like look it up, the compilation YouTube that'll be like Skibbity Toilet 1 through 57 Part 1, all episodes, like those are real. It is just somebody took the uploads and strung all the 57 fucking parts of them together. And they're not fan-mades, not like fan-made cartoons either. They're the actual ones the guy made. And yeah, watch the whole thing, because considering it just starts out as like an obvious Gmod shitpost that the dude didn't originally intend to turn into some series with a narrative, it just gets so absurd. The war between the Skibbity toilets and the anti-Skibbity toilet alliance of hardware heads just escalates to such fucking ridiculous levels. Which is why I will honestly make the argument that is a critique of totalitarianism in arms races. But anyhow, I will let you go.
Yeah, I was going to say, we made it to 4 hours, but we'll make it to more. My friend, I will talk to you soon, okay?
Yeah, thanks for inviting me on, dude. Peace.
Thanks for coming on.
Yep.
Oh shit, man, that was a sick session. Beer Bash is fucking based as fuck. Hopefully y'all give him a follow, because based ass fucking leftist has good shit to say. So here we go. We're gonna raid out, my friends. We're gonna go raid 2. Go follow Beer Bash Johnson if you haven't already. I'm back. I was making me a chicken sandwich. God damn, a chicken sandwich. It's a long chicken sandwich, my friend. No, giving you shit. Friends, we're gonna go raid out Radhom or Bree. Let's go check it out. Sorry, friends, I'm so fucking tired. Let's go raid to Radhom, actually. Oh, we could raid Beer Bash Johnson, that's for sure. Yeah, true. Yeah, fuck it. Let's raid Beer Bash Johnson. They're fucking sick. How do I know that? Because I talked to them for the last 4 fucking hours. He's fucking cool, dude. He is fucking cool, dude. Alright, friends. We're about to raid out right now to Beer Bash Johnson. Friends, just do me a favor. Just remember, you are loved, you are cared for, in That You Matter. We're going to go raid Beer Bash Johnson. Just tell him Jet said hi. He's never seen me before. Until then, I will see you on Friday. We're going to go talk about Counterpoint music on Friday, as well as political content. Hopefully you all can attend for that, because Counterpoint is something that I fucking love in music. In the meantime, see ya.